milestone for this august occasion, we are blessed to have in our midst this morning, I beg your pardon, a colossus of banking and financial services. I call her that because she's occupied various progressively responsible roles within EcoBank across the continent, culminating in appointment as Deputy Chief Executive and Group Chief Operating Officer, EcoBank Transnational Incorporated, until her retirement last year. Ladies and gentlemen, today she joins us as a board member of AMSCO. Please show some love for Mrs. So I welcome you back, say.
Thank you, Mike. Your Excellency, the Mayor of Accra, representing the BTAC Regional Minister, members of the media, AMSCO's partners and stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly honored to be with you this morning, and I thank you all for making the time in your busy schedules to be with us today. African enterprises play a crucial role in the growth of the African economy. However, their capacity to fully engage at a global level is still a challenge. We have, over the years, observed that there is a skills gap that continues to stifle the growth of our business in the continent. African governments have maintained prudent macroeconomic policies, and they have strengthened governance and financial institutions. They also continue to undertake reforms to transform their economies structurally. However, such efforts are often limited as far as human development or human capital development for small, medium, and large enterprises is concerned. The African Management Service Company, AMSCO, was established in Sub-Saharan Africa. For close to 28 years, we have assisted African businesses to be competitive, increasingly offer unique solutions that are integrated to build capacity through management and skills development, while at the same time creating value for the bottom of the pyramid through the value chain. Your presence today, ladies and gentlemen, is very valuable. One that AMSCO has been working for close to 3 years. We strongly believe that development is the mission for great growth. Through our various service offering of talent management, training, development and development advisory program interventions, AMSCO has found it necessary businesses have I'm going to give a statistic which is still interesting to give, that more than $85 million were paid in taxes to African governments by the companies we do support. And my calculation tells me that it's about $1 million per client. For companies that are supported with our expatriate management service, we have undertaken to ensure succession planning. This is in order to empower locals to competently take on business leadership upon the end of the AMSCO management terms of office. And I'm glad to announce that over 50% of our clients have successfully achieved that, including training of local staff. The successes realized would not have been possible without the African governments as key partners to AMSCO. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt that we need people-driven transformation to be innovative and remain competitive in Africa and globally. It is incumbent upon us, to strengthen our businesses and the economic environment, to make it easier for private investment to flourish. I welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I thank you for your audience.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe another round of applause is deserving. Thank you very much, Madame Evelyn Tal, for articulating all that AMSCO stands for, but most importantly, setting out a clear and sustainable approach to build capacity of African businesses. Honorable Mayor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, AMSCO, as we all know, has concerned itself over the years with training and recruitment. But this time we'll take a different approach, which is thought leadership. One may ask, why thought leadership? Well, it's simple. Thought leadership is required so that we can provide the necessary intelligence to address our economies. If you doubt me, I believe at the end of this session, you will know that yes, we need to venture into thought leadership, and that's why we're here. How about a round of applause for us? But just to show to you tangibly all that we've done and the successes we've chalked, for the next few minutes, please lend your attention to the screen as we showcase to you the AMSCO story. Enjoy.
Ghana is a West African country with a population of over 27 million people and largely contributes to the world's beauty and confectionery industry through shea nuts and shea butter that is harvested and processed by mostly women in northern Ghana.
Starshea Limited is a social business which was set up in 2012 as a result of a project initiated by Planet Finance and ASAP, and we are today with a network of 25,000 women, providing them with sales in the nuts for local buyers and international buyers, and same for the butter, mostly on exports.
Entree. No compare the pa hal na yar ma ba da gariyum ti shiba da tirapi gariyum ti shiba amfana biyar ma amfani na amfana biyar na dinnan kamar ai pe dito nan ka a bandir guri poga anto da bandir ma di karila nyam ka biyan chan shukuru kala la ma bi na to ti.
So on the nuts business, we provide regular nuts and we provide organic certified nuts and organic and fair trade nuts. And we are today targeting about 2,000 metric tons. Last year we did 1,200 metric tons. We're also selling organic butter that we handcrafted in the community. So we are today with a volume of 150, 200 metric tons, the fourth largest player in Ghana.
The African Management Services company AMSCO assisted Starshea Limited with an expert with over 14 years of consultancy experience in the fast-moving consumer goods industry, working with major consumer brands.
The good thing about our relationship with Starshea and Anna was that Anna was actually a former AMSCO manager in one of our client companies in Senegal. Beyond seconding Anna, what we also did was through the help of the ATMS Foundation, we gave Starshea some grants. The grant was about a total of $45,000.
The grants that we get from AMSCO enabled us to reach a larger audience of the women and to have better trainings, not only for them but also for my staff, because AMSCO is also funding trainings for the team here on organic certification, on driving license, for instance, or nut and quality butter processing.
Another thing was Starshea is in the agri-sector, agribusiness. So it's one of the government's key areas, and we want to be able to support the community, be able to empower the women.
So we started with 5,000 women. Altogether we have 25,000 women in the network, and 20,000 were trained thanks to AMSCO. And I had only 3 staff the first year. Now we have reached 30 people as a permanent staff. We're also selling organic butter that we have processed in the Netherlands. We are today with a volume of 150 to 100 metric tons. The fourth largest player in Ghana.
African management services company AMSCO assisted Stashe Limited with an expert with over 14 years of consultancy experience in the fast-moving consumer goods industry, working with major consumer brands.
Our relationship with Stashe and Anna was that Anna was actually a former AMSCO manager in one of our companies in Senegal. Beyond seconding Anna, what we also did was through the help of the ATM Foundation, we gave Stashe some grants. The grants was about a total of $45,000.
The grant that we get from AMSCO enabled us to reach a larger audience of the women and to have better trainings, not only for them but also for
AMSCO as a company, we have 4 services that we offer.
On organic certification, on
typically partner with any company that needs some skills that are not available or they find it difficult to find. Closely tied to that is also placement, where we'll bring in the expatriate skills, have them come into the organization, develop the right systems and structures in place, and then almost importantly, identify local successor within the organization so that when they leave, somebody within the company will be able to do what the expatriate manager is doing. Another of what we also do is training development. The last is the development and advisory solutions. That primarily looks at working with key development partners and stakeholders, the private sector, basically to develop SMEs along the value chain, entrepreneurial skills, and building capacity one way or the other.
We would like to reach about 35,000 women in the network, and the Planet Finance project has stopped last year in December 2014. Now we are on our own and we need to find our own sustainability.
With various development partners and stakeholders collaborating to address the diverse human and capital needs of enterprises, the future of communities in Africa is growing brighter.
What really makes me happy or love working is the fact that we're able to give back to the community, give back to the companies and watch them grow from one level to the other, for them to become globally competitive, sustainable and most importantly profitable over a period of time. AMSCO as a company, we have 4 services that we offer. One is recruitment, where
my name is Michael Okain from Ghana, in the Ashanti region, and also from the Greater Accra region. I left Ghana for educational adventure. After I finished my first degree in kwame.afreh University of Science and Technology, and back on my journey to United States of America to be educated, and I had experience of working for some major companies over there. My country has contributed to who I am. In our time, we had a free education all the way to the university, and so I thought, with the experience that I have acquired, why not come back? There was a boom in the finance and banking sector in Ghana. The telecom had also been quite fairly new in Ghana. That actually drove me to be on the quest of looking for an opportunity to serve in my country. A couple of months ago, I had a call from one of the account managers for AMSCO Accra, Ghana. He said he's looked into my CV and the company is looking for somebody with a caliber in the background that what they have. These guys are very professional and also friendlier, in the sense that even on Saturdays and Sundays, they will call and give a feedback as to what the client is responding to. They keep up to their word. If they tell you,
I believe the results are here for all of us to see. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for AMSCO. But you cannot come to Accra without experiencing what we call the warmth that radiates from our people. To just show you a little bit of the heat that characterizes our 60th anniversary, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the AE, cultural and acrobatic. Ladies and gentlemen, the agricultural and aquatic crew performing the Fume dance by the people of Okobiti is a celebration dance, and I can see my friends from Senegal doing the Saba dance here. The Nigerians wanted to do the Bata, and one of my South Africans. Oh, I hear you wanted to do the Lamu. Or is another one you wanted to do? Don't worry, we'll do all of that. But ladies and gentlemen, this brings us safely to the juncture where we hear from government. Government over the years has shown extreme commitment to human capital development. And today we're blessed to have a representative from this government. I give to you now to speak to us as a guest of honor, the Mayor of Accra, representing the Minister of the Greater Accra region. Please welcome Mr. kwame.afreh.
Members of the AMSCO Supervisory Board of Directors, AMSCO stakeholders and partners, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be with you this morning to officiate on issues of interest to our economic growth. I extend my sincere gratitude to the African Management Services Company for availing this platform that has brought different stakeholders to deliberate on a transformation agenda. Innovation catalyzes growth, and there cannot be any innovation if our people lack the required skills. We need a productive labor force for the economy to grow. This conference could not have come at a better time. We just celebrated our independence, where skills development was highlighted as one of the key areas that we need to invest in for the benefit of our people. The theme, Business Transforming Africa, Inspiring Innovation for Growth, gives me the confidence that the private sector is concerned and ready to collaborate with government to achieve the National Development Plan. I am of the view that problem jointly tackled is a problem half solved. The economic landscape in Ghana has improved considerably and is more stable. SMEs have been noted to contribute about 70% to Ghana's GDP. They therefore have catalytic impact on economic growth, income, and employment. We are, however, very much aware of the fact that poverty levels are still high. It is important, therefore, that growth is sustained, accelerated, and broadened, especially in the SME sector, which is the largest employer in Ghana. This can only happen if private investment increases so that all jobs are created. In this regard, as government, we shall continue to place emphasis on improving and strengthening our businesses and economic environment. This will make it easier for private investment to flourish with a deliberate emphasis on the SME sector. Distinguished guests, this good economic story is not devoid of challenges for the sector. Our SMEs are faced with non-availability of highly skilled labor that comes at affordable cost. Limited capital and knowledge, lack of suitable technology, consumption, and lack of capacity to identify new markets. I'm reliably informed that AMSCO through the United Nations Development Program project has positively impacted on the sector in Ghana. A good example of such interventions being a social agricultural business called Star Share Limited in Tamale. From a startup, the organization now prides itself with 25,000 members. More than 9,000 have been trained by AMSCO. In 2014, StarShare won an award for 101 African innovators. This is the type of capacity building we are looking for. The government will continue to work closely with organizations such as AMSCO to implement projects supporting the SME sector in order to increase job creation, which shall in turn reduce poverty by significant levels. As I conclude, let me once again thank the African Management Services Company for remaining steadfast and for delivering on support to the SME sector in Ghana. We are bound together by a common cause, that of improving the well-being of the Ghanaian people. Our resolve to hasten development and eradicate poverty is a testament to our mutual spirit of cooperation and goodwill. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your audience. I declare the Business Transforming Africa Conference duly open and wish you a fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our guest of honor, Honorable Mohammed J. Mayor of Accra. We thank you, sir, for those very warm words and your assurance to partner us as we fund one common denominator, being the economic well-being of our people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, after which we shall delve into the heart of the matter, the main reason why we're here. Allow me to express renewed thanks to the Honorable Mayor of Accra, who has taken time off his very busy schedule to grace this occasion for us, and to his special aide, also the Executive Director of Beyond Aid, for also coming along and lending your support and enthusiasm to this cause. We know that we are on the same pedestal because we have your backing. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for them. And so the Honorable Mayor and his aide would like to beg leave of us, ladies and gentlemen. The least we can do is to rise and give them a round of applause as they do rise. Shall we please be seated? And so while some of our executives escort the mayor and take some photographs to commemorate such a great partnership, may I just walk us through the mode in which the next phase of the program will evolve. We will have 3 keynote speakers who will walk us through various sub-themes bordering around the main theme we're reflecting on this morning, inspiring innovation for growth. After which, we should have a panel discussion. We should have a moderator for each of the panel discussions. That will last for about 15 minutes. And then for another 15 minutes, we'd like to engage you, our very distinguished delegates, to ask us questions, to make contributions. But we've made everything so easy this year by providing Twitter handles where you can send your questions ahead of time. And then they will also be acknowledged when it comes to the Q&A. If you have contributions, I would urge you to keep them very short, MP3 size, not audio file. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next few minutes, allow me to acknowledge with gratitude the presence of our keynote speakers. Please welcome in grand style the MD of Damien Carl Capital, Madame Lila Selome. Thank you, ma'am. We're glad to have you. Also with us this morning as our keynote speaker, we have an HR consultant and a lecturer, Mr. Michael Nixon. Thank you, sir. With us this morning as our third keynote speaker is our HR projects lead at Halliburton, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Achovi. He likes to get applause when he's coming from outside, so maybe if you break that. And so these are our three eminent keynote speakers who will be speaking on various topics bordering around the theme that we're reflecting on. And ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me 1 minute and 17 seconds, I'll return with some good news, and then we can start. Could we please show them the second video? Thank you.
My name is Michael Okine from Ghana in the Ashanti region and also from the Greater Accra region. I left Ghana for educational adventure after I finished my first degree. My name is Michael Okine from Ghana in the Ashanti region and also from the Greater Accra region. I left Ghana for educational adventure after I finished my first degree in Kwame University of Science and Technology in Kumasi. I embarked on my journey to United States of America to be educated, and I had experience of working for some major companies over there. My country has contributed to who I am. In our time, we had a free education all the way to the university. And so I thought, with the experience that I have acquired, why not come back? There was a boom in the finance and banking sector in Ghana. The telecom had also been quite fairly new in Ghana. That actually drove me to be on the quest of looking for an opportunity to serve in my country. A couple of months ago, I had a call from one of the accounts. My name is Michael Okine from Ghana in the Ashanti region and also from the Greater Accra region. I left Ghana for educational adventure after I finished my first degree in Kwame Nkrumah. My name is Michael Okine from Ghana in the Ashanti region and also from the Greater Accra region. I left Ghana for educational adventure after I finished my first degree in Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi. I embarked on my journey to United States of America. To be educated, and I had experience of working for some major companies over there. My country has contributed to who I am. In our time, we had a free education all the way to the university. And so I thought, with the experience that I have acquired, why not come back? There was a boom in the finance and banking sector in Ghana. The telecom had also been quite fairly new in Ghana. That actually drove me to be on the quest of looking for an opportunity to serve in my country. A couple of months ago, I had a call from one of the account managers for AMSCO Accra, Ghana, who said he's bumped into my CV and a company is looking for somebody with a caliber in the back.
And so the video has set the tone for the first keynote address, a return to Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, delivering the first keynote, I beg your pardon, on this great topic of homecoming revolution, the future is now, a look at the African diaspora, is an eminently qualified speaker, given a background as a seasoned banker with almost 3 decades worth of experience under her belt, and who has a knack for identifying and developing talent. She is the CEO of Damien Carl Capital, a banking consultancy firm which has been instrumental with the setting up and restructuring of some notable banks in Ghana. Having served in various capacities in a number of notable local and international organizations, i.e. Ecobank, Zenith Fidelity, culminating in the appointment as Managing Director of UNB, whose turnaround is credited largely to a great professional touch. She comes in handy with a breath of insight to speak to us on the homecoming revolution. The future is now. A look at the African diaspora. I must warn you, she's quite armed and dangerous with information. Please welcome Danila Selvi. Unless you have something against it, another round of applause.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and members of the media, good morning. I don't know if I should start by speaking about IMC. We go back a long way. I think this introduction is a little overwhelming for me for us. It must be. It is such a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. The theme, Homecoming Revolution, the future is now. A look at the African diaspora could not have come at a better time. The future is indeed now. To put my speech into perspective, it is important to contextualize the concept of the African diaspora. Although there are various definitions of the African diaspora, I will go with the African Union's definition, where the African diaspora is defined as comprising of people of African origin living outside the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality. The African diaspora is significant, and to show its importance and relevance, I will touch on the size and impact of the African diaspora. Every year, Africa loses some of its most brilliant minds to other parts of the globe. We can leave for a number of reasons, and these include the search for greener pastures, such as for a better education, better jobs, and better life opportunities, political instability, repression, conflict, poverty, and so on and so forth. According to the World Bank, there are some 39 million Africans in North America and another 11.3 million in Latin America. Many of these are well-educated. Although by virtue of the time spent outside, they do become a part of the diaspora. Non-resident Africans do deserve a strong connection to their origins. As a composite, this group sent over $40 billion US in remittances to Africa every year. This is a good starting point for the analysis of this discussion. Indeed, Africa needs its diaspora more than the world needs the African diaspora. Whilst the African diaspora to a large extent accomplish what they set out to achieve when they migrate, my view, and a view shared by many, is that there is still no place like home, especially in today's Trump and Brexit times of government. I believe there exists both a pull factor and a push factor, which should buttress the argument for encouraging externalized Africa to return. I will begin with a push factor. In terms of the push factor, whilst I advance that success for the African diaspora is as a direct result of good education and exposure levels, a culture that encourages one to work hard, aim for the top, and reap just reward, high levels of professionalism and discipline, effective and efficient systems and structures, and the existence of law and order that have a bite, and the resultant respect the same, I quickly propose that the recent economic downturn and decline, resulting in disappearing jobs in the West, stereotypes, and the resulting negative fallout from this, the more than occasional xenophobic backlash against African immigrants, glass ceilings resulting from some subtle, and I dare say, on occasion, blatant racism, and other such reasons, all represent what I call push factor. But I will not dwell on the push factor practice. I choose to dwell on the pull factors. The African diaspora is an asset to Africa and can only be seen as such. An asset because the exposure, the experience, the learnings from amassing wealth that have done what Africa needs to start doing. According to a consultancy Africa Intelligence report, due to the skill shortage in Africa, especially in management and industries that require specialized skills, it is estimated that there will be an upsurge in the use of expatriate staff going forward. This means that multinational firms who influence much of Africa's governmental policies will look to returnees who have both the education and experience they're looking for, but more importantly, the cultural know-how. There are opportunities within such professions to influence not only industry, but our African governments and the African continent at large. This fact alone puts a diasporan African well ahead of the homegrown human resource that exists currently. With the achievement of the professional diasporan African, the application of skill, culture, work ethic, drive, and style gives them good leverage in the business and marketplace back at home. Both the diasporan African and Africa stand the greatest chance to succeed, which would indeed make this a win-win situation for all. At this stage, I want to share the success stories of two returnee African diasporans, our very own Patrick Uwa, founder of Eshesi University, and Mr. Ashiki Ogo. Dr. Patrick Uwa was named among the 50 world's greatest leaders of the year 2015 by Fortune magazine. According to the magazine, Dr. Uwa is now part of a list of extraordinary men and women who are transforming businesses, governments, and philanthropy, amongst others. He was named the 40th best leader in the world for his exemplary work in higher education, joining a prestigious list that include Pope Francis, Bill and Melinda Gates, Apple CEO Tim Cook, as well as Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. What did he do? He came in, he identified a gap in our educational system, plugged in, and the rest is history. The value he has added to change the story on education and the lives he has changed have made major contributions to the potential that the continent is yet to offer. But over and above that, what he has achieved for himself, both in financial and non-financial terms, has catapulted him, I dare say, into the history books, not just of Africa, but of the rest of the world. Patrick Uwa could have been a stroke of luck, but there are many more like him. There is a Shifty very few of us know or have heard of him. He founded Sproxel, a company called Sproxel, in 2009. Sproxel developed its award-winning Sproxel Defender technology that has been used over 50 million times by consumers in 6 countries to verify the authenticity of their products. In 2013, Sproxel was named the world's most innovative company in healthcare by Fast Company, and the 7th most innovative worldwide. He was awarded the Social Entrepreneur of the Year award in 2014 by the Short Foundation, and in 2015, Ashik was named to Fortune's 40 under 40 list. Now our very own finance minister, Mr. Kenneth Greta, founder of the Data Bank Group, who changed the landscape of investment banking in Ghana. These are just a few examples of evidence of the case for Africa and the role of the African diaspora. So to expand further on the pull factor, the next question is whether or not there are further and better opportunities to be explored, and whether or not the African diaspora will be able to capitalize on this. The best phrase of Africa being the last frontier indeed holds true, given the sorts of growth rates seen in these parts compared to the more developed world. Statistics indicate that Africa has seen an unprecedented growth in the last few years, even though this growth has somewhat tailed off recently. According to Bloomberg data, between 2005 and 2015, the GDP of the 11 largest sub-Saharan African countries increased 51%. more than twice the world's 23%, and about 4 times the 13% expansion of the world's largest economy, USA. The success is chalked by the continent is only the tip of the iceberg, considering the opportunities that abound and the amount of work that still needs to be done. Tremendous opportunities exist in agriculture, in healthcare, in education, in infrastructure, in financial services, in IT, energy, and so on and so forth. Consider the fact that in financial services, financial penetration is as low as less than 20% in many countries on the continent, and in Ghana, depending on who you ask, it's between 30 and 40%. Also, most countries on the continent lack a proper consumer credit scoring system, hampering the efficient access to credit. This specific problem lends itself to interesting potential solutions with all the advances in big data and predictive analytics. Even though the continent has barely scratched the surface of its potential in many sectors, it has consistently outperformed its peers from other emerging markets in many of these sectors. Bloomberg again reports that since June 2014, when oil began its plunge, the sub-Saharan financial industry has outperformed its emerging market counterparts by 11%. Of course, there have been winners and there have been losers in the ever-rising narrative, with oil exporting and commodity-dependent economies suffering setbacks to growth since the dawn of the collapse in oil and commodity prices in the middle of 2014. But by and large, the continent has done remarkably well and has outperformed other developing regions and the rest of the world. With this growth lies opportunities to support the pull factor. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no denying that Africa, like many continents, has its own challenges. But inherent in these challenges are opportunities. Opportunities for partnerships, opportunities for development, and opportunities for growth. Our resource-rich Africa presents a greenfield opportunity for development with the abundance of its natural resource, vast lands, and the evolution of a young, confident, intelligent, and resourceful, hungry, and eager to learn and earn generation. Additionally, a market and development gap that puts many industries and sectors years behind their counterparts in the developed world presents a low-hanging fruit for many African diasporans. One look at our financial markets shows how far behind we are from the financial markets of London, New York, and Paris. This lag in itself presents a real opportunity for persons who have been part of the whole world. Such gaps are what the categories, shipigogos, and operators took advantage of. So yes, there are opportunities in Africa. One will ask now what the chances of success are for a returnee African diaspora. My response to this is affirmative. Africa is going through its own revolution to introduce the infrastructure, the structures, the discipline, and cultural change, which is more accepting of what I call the hunger for success. Countries like Rwanda and Tanzania have led the way, with others like Ghana hopefully soon to follow, with a vision and promises of a new Ghana under the current leadership. This is indeed changing the storyline. The conditions have never been this ripe. A burgeoning, discerning, and educated middle class, a very entrepreneurial and youthful population. In Ghana, again, depending on who you talk to, about 35% of our population is under 15 years old, and an improved political situation in most parts of the continent. The 2015 World Bank Research Report also indicated a sizable percentage of the massive African diaspora are often eager to invest in trade in their home countries of origin. They have a natural affinity towards their home countries and as such are less likely to have purely profit motives as a reason for their return to the continent. The research also indicated that these African diasporans have important technical skills and a willingness to engage in capacity building and knowledge transfer. The space for this is internal. The economic power of the African migrant is making the issue of the African diaspora a topical one. And in 2015, the World Bank Group and the African Development Bank organized the first annual African Diaspora Trade, Investment and Skills Forum in Washington, D.C. to engage with members of the diaspora and engineer a conversation about trade and education. I was privileged to have been a keynote speaker at this event, and the level of interest was overwhelming. There have been a few other initiatives in this regard, both before and after this engagement, buttressing the fact that this is a front burner topic. There is, however, legitimate concern, even after evidence that the West is in push mode and Africa is in pull mode. One such concern relates to whether or not African governments can and will put in place a conscious diaspora engagement strategy and will engage effectively to ensure the actualization of supporting the repatriation of the African diaspora. My view is that African governments will now be more willing to deploy conscious strategies targeted at the African diaspora. Indeed, here in Ghana, the new government has, I believe, set up an office within the presidency to work on attracting, supporting, and retaining the African diaspora to propel the achievement of its objectives of growth and development. I believe I have put a case for both the push and the pull factors for the return of the African diaspora, and spoken about what needs to be done to ensure a successful reintegration of this group into Africa. I will conclude by attempting to enumerate a few things that we must do to elevate the debate and elevate the actualization of getting the African diaspora. For any African government will be to set a vision that should be the development of a strategy. A vision that is compelling enough to persuade action, and a vision that will drive how we intend to position ourselves to attract the needed attention. The strategy therefrom should be one that has ownership and a clearly defined convergence point, with well-defined goals precipitated by sectoral analysis that highlight key opportunities for engagement in each sector of the economy. Such a strategy must also involve the segmentation of the African diaspora into unique segments in order to develop target. I must emphasize that the success of any diaspora on the support and highest level of government. The African diaspora is in a very unique position to take advantage and to make meaningful and lasting contribution to Africa's growth story. To borrow a quote from George Bernard Shaw, and I quote, "Learning the pleasures and joys around here. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, they make them." End of quote. We should take a large population of the local African and connect it to the large and resourceful population of the diaspora in Africa. Only then will we realize rising standards and the expectation of rising standards. This is where I think Africa is today. Ladies and gentlemen, as was mentioned earlier, my name is Nina Selome, and I'm passionate about Africa. This is a topic I'm very passionate about. I reach out to my African diasporans to say without fear of contradiction that the time for action is now. As the future leaders of the continent, it's time for you to return and to play your role in influencing the direction in which our countries are going. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker, Madam Nina Selome. A round of applause for her. Wow. Now this is what I call a mouthful, a sneak meal. You need a lot of time to digest this, but you make a very compelling and edifying presentation, a case for the return of the diaspora, but much more importantly, I need to put together a plan, vision, and strategy. Thank you very much, Mom. Now, just to invigorate you a little bit and gather a few other perspectives from this great presentation, we shall now enter into a time of what I call a panel discussion. Allow me to welcome up here to take their seats the following persons. Please welcome Mr. July Venroy K, Mr. Andy Esiedu, Mr. John Ado, and Emilia Na. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And once more, may I announce to you that our handles are very active. Please interact with us, ask your questions, make your contributions, and if you want to note them on paper too, please do, because during the time of question and answers, we'd like to hear from you. Allow me to also call up here our very eminent keynote speaker, Madam Lila Selome. Please join them. A round of applause. On the days as our panelists this morning, Mr. July Venroy K, he's counsel for Miles and Stockbridge, BC. Also with us is Mr. Andy Esiedu, he's HR Manager, General Electric. With us this morning also is Madame Emilia Na, HR Manager, Accra City Hotel. Mr. Jonado is the HR Director, Fidelity, he's not here yet. And we have our very own keynote speaker, Madame Lila Selome, Managing Director, Damien Carl Capital. To moderate this first session for us, I'm pleased to call up here an experienced HR professional with industry psychology and legal training, whose experience cuts across all facets of human resource within the corporate and regulatory environment. She is the recruitment manager of AMSCO. Please welcome your moderator, Faisal Inzenisa. And so, Madam Moderator, your panel, audience, your panel, and your moderator.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Nila for providing us with insights and for telling us about prominent Ghanaians that have not only helped the country, but the African continent. Thank you for that. I'd like to say thank you to the panelists for joining us and for providing us with their insights. Thank you for participating. I'll start with you, Venroy. How do you think government and the private sector can boost, the inflows of the African diaspora?
So, allow me to give us a bit of background. So, I'm actually an attorney in the U.S. I actually was just here on vacation. But I think that actually, my experience actually goes to the point, because one of the major reasons why I really left into this conference is to kind of find out what's going on in the business environment. But for one that's in the U.S., one of our concerns is whether or not we are really a certain lifestyle in the U.S. to come back to Africa. If we are able to kind of see the opportunities from an economic standpoint, I think that certainly encourages us and makes us more willing to look into the possibility.
Well, thank you. Do you think there's an opportunity, Andy, in terms of helping people like Venroy?
For me, I think there's a lot of opportunity, but what I've realized is there's a lot of organizations in lip service. We want to attract the diaspora, engage consultants, engage an agency, to have advertise jobs without a deliberate policy, to incentivize people to come. For instance, where I used to be in Electric, there's an Africa for Africa program, where you need to develop a deliberate program to, to bring talent to fill these roles that we operate. terms of relocation, African relocation incentives for people. So there's a strategy to have senior roles, filled by Africans and locals by a certain period. You should have a strategy that at this point is what I expect. So through that, there's been a lot of opportunities for companies that have been added. So I can say in general, there's a policy to say that Africa for Africans, where senior roles FOP for people of African descent in Africa. And there's also African affinity programs within that. So until you do that, it will only remain a dream. Until you put up a deliberate policy to attract that talent, it's a great opportunity. And mind you, when other people in diaspora who are equally talented realize that their police have moved to Africa, they're engaged in exciting things, exciting projects, and exciting transformational projects in Africa, it's only going to market you as well to convince that talent to move up. So in doing the right things, we attract more people.
And has it worked for GE? Has it worked for GE?
Yes, and anyway, to say I just left GE, but when I was there, it's worked perfectly. Because the projects we're doing in Africa, for instance, and transforming Africa power sector, it's using about 60% of Africa's power. And when that was the selling point, to say that since it becomes to Africa, we're changing the face of power generation and changing the face of healthcare. Where rural, now somebody somewhere in the village can use a use now to do this kind of pregnant woman. These things are transformational and they're exciting things. And in a matrix organization like GE, the opportunities are limitless. And I can say that all the people we brought them when I was there, we managed to keep them. We even attracted more. So that deliberate effort is very, very important.
So to make one point, so one of the things I want to make sure that we do is that we think about the African diaspora, that we're not, that you're not just thinking about people who are, born in Ghana or other African countries that left. Because I think, particularly now, I know in the US, there is an increased interest in Africa, simply because, as you all have seen, Trump and some of the other things that are going on in the nation, there seems to be an inward look and a push away of anyone who is different. And so I know personally, there has been an increased interest in kind of looking to our communities and potentially Africa. And so I think going to the point, many people are looking at the continent because we're seeing all these opportunities. I know that I've been to a number of conferences throughout the US and constantly hear about what's going on in Africa and the opportunities that are there. And unfortunately, many times the people who are in the room kind of finding out this information don't look like me or are not, from the African diaspora. And so I think there's an opportunity here, particularly what's going on in the US, to kind of reach out to other people who aren't necessarily from Africa, but who are nonetheless are part of the African diaspora, who would still have some of these talents that we're talking about, and could build a gap that we're talking about.
There's perspective of bringing, I feel that the current young generation and people with potential are more like the conveyor belt of the diaspora. I see the diaspora as just an immediate solution, not the long term. Because the current talent will also be attracted to go on that same conveyor belt to leave the diaspora. They become the diaspora. So if organizations don't implement, talent programs, talent development programs, executive training programs, management training programs, certain leadership programs, the current talent you have, they then become the future diaspora because you're not stopping the building.
You've touched on something important, but the situation here is the training and development of these people will take time. So, yes, you say in the short term you bring in the diaspora, but will you be able to get the type of knowledge and take the right quality of talent from these people that you're training? What are your thoughts?
Well, I would say yes to a very large extent. For instance, the organization I've been in had some management training programs where they have public assignments, some top organizations, top projects in US, UK. They're giving exposure, at the middle management level, and at the very senior management level. There's another kind of leadership programs. My great is the Common for Diaspora is very good. Coming but it's immediate, because today the talent gap is huge. Once the oil and gas industry, people with subsidy experience is rare. Then the Children Commission will demand that you have local content. And it's a challenge. But in as much as we are focusing to bring that talent development initiatives and the capacity of the current young people and the talented people in our organization is very important. Because as I said, they become the future diaspora.
And one question for you, Nila. How do you think the returning diaspora can help or just contribute to the local context?
There's several definitions of that. So it really depends on what definition you're looking at. If you look at some of the definitions if you look at some of the other definitions, like the World Bank has their definition, and the development have their definition, other international organizations have their definitions. Some expand the base to include first generation, second generation, third generation diaspora. And many of the people we find out in these markets could well be third, fourth generation African diaspora. So it is a wider group than the group I have spoke about as I in terms of your question was,
how can the returning diaspora contribute to the local context?
I think there are several ways. Basically, what you find is by virtue of the exposure they've had out there, by the virtue of the levels of education they've had out there, they have a lot more to bring here. So it should be more a case of how they nurture people they work with, how they transfer knowledge, how they transfer skill, passion, all of that stuff. And that should help to bring up and bridge the gap and avoid the conveyor belt syndrome that we're talking about. So you have that as well. But I think if you've seen it and done it better in a different market, replicating that in a market like this, as I said before, which is several years behind, is already value in itself. So you are contributing to changing the local narrative.
Amelia, in terms of, Andy spoke about the training of talent. What are your thoughts? Do you think it is something that can be done? What is your organization doing?
Right. In terms of training is very important to the growth of every organization, not only the growth, but the entire success of the organization. This is quite a challenge for most organizations in the country, because most, let's say, owners see training as a cost rather than an investment. Why do I say so? I will look at my industry, for example. It's an industry which is service-oriented, and with service you have people delivering service. You cannot compromise on training. Most owners feel they don't get that quick response in terms of training or returns on training when it's conducted. I strongly believe that we have a long way to go, and we have much to do in terms of training, but it's possible. It's about having your strategies in place. It's about you clearly defining your cost-benefit analysis when it comes to training. What are you training for? What do you need to train on? When you put all these factors together, you come up with a clear strategy. What budget do you have in place for training? When people really assign budgets when it comes to training, or they see it as cost. I would say training is an investment, and if you look at the trend in the industry, or even the trend in systems now, you need to put together clearly defined training strategies to ensure that it's executed and then you get the benefits that you need to get.
I'm going to throw something back at you, and you spoke about ensuring development. Let's talk about the opportunities that an exposure the diaspora can bring. Things like technology and bring in the talent or the knowledge that they have. What are your thoughts? Do you think there's an opportunity in that area where the diaspora can bring in technology and help boost the economy?
Very much so. I would want to talk about it from the organizational sense of it, since I've experienced it. You realize that even in the team we had the senior people, parts of the Back to Africa program that we had. So we had a Back to Africa. We went around, to bring talented Africans, Ghanaians, and Nigerians, and all over to Cameroon. Coaching, mentoring, and I think to a very, very large extent, knowledge transfer, technology transfer, experience, coaching, from that perspective.
One of the things that most governments are pushing, the Trump, is nationalism. Nationalization. So what are your thoughts? Do you think what most governments are pushing will force or push Africans back into Africa?
Well, I'm not sure this is happening, and I'm just using the U.S. as an example, is that in the U.S. there are many people from the African diaspora that don't feel welcomed. It feels like this was a response to a black president, and the country is just not comfortable with the African diaspora. And as a result, I find that, particularly my group of friends or other professionals, that there is more of an interest in Afrocentrism, inward looking, and we are different from them. And I think as a result, ultimately, you're going to see increased interest in looking back to Africa. And I think if you can couple that with what everyone else knows, that Africa is kind of on the edge of where the technology is going, where the opportunities are. I think if you couple those two things and kind of spread that message to the people within the African diaspora who might have never been to Africa, that you will find the interest will actually start being catalyzed, and you will see people who are, whether it be for long-term or for shorter-term projects. So I know that in the US there's been a push to kind of do these projects where you come to Africa, you share your skills for like 2 years. And so I think within the US there's been this bastardization of Africa. And so people are just not familiar with Africa. And so if you could almost make people become aware of what's going on here and realizing what it's like, that you will start seeing more and more people interested. So I mean, for me, this is my first time. I was in Morocco last year, but this is my first time in Africa, in like Black Africa. And this was definitely a part of, my whole awareness of kind of making sure I got a glimpse of what's really happening on the continent.
Thank you. We'd like to open up to the audience. Do you have any questions?
So, Alan Mike, please state your name, your organization, and then proceed with your question or your contribution.
Hello, my name is RSVP, and I work out Capital Bank. Just as Nila said, and the panelists have said, there are strong push and pull factors. The most fundamental point for me is that African governments in general need to have a clear strategy. That is fundamental. We need to have a clear strategy for how we're going to attract the diaspora to come into Africa. We need to have a clear strategy for how we're going to assist them. We need to have a strategy for ensuring that these same successful diasporas play a key role in then going back to attract their further interest about Africa. I mean, that is fundamental. The talk shops will go on, but strategy, implementation, and action is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions?
Distinguished delegates, we have as much as 20 minutes for interaction.
From VSO International. I'm just wondering, as we think about this, we have some sustainability plans in place so that when we have our diasporans coming in, they'll be able to continue whatever is done. Otherwise, we'll keep on doing this over and over again. So are there plans to put in place sustainable activities that can help us develop further?
Additionally, we should be glad if you could direct your questions to any of the panelists or the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ima Bondameche. I work with AMSCO. I think my question goes to all the panelists, and I'd like to ask, we're back here in Africa and we need these skills. Having returned as African from the diaspora, is there a fora that you have set up to reach out to those who are still out there to say, hey, we've come back and we have a success story. We want you also to come back and join us. So if we have access to this kind of database of the skills we have out there, we're able to reach out and we're able to place them in those places in Africa where there are skills gaps. So do we have any kind of network that you can let us know, and then we can reach out to those networks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there are some networks, but what I find is these networks are in various pockets. So maybe the alumni from Harvard have their own network where they share information and encourage each other to come back. But whilst I think that is good, because the very existence of that is good, I think that there has to be a centralized point, and that's what I spoke about in my presentation. Everybody within the diaspora needs to know that if I'm thinking about going to Ghana, this is my access, this is where I go, this is my resource center, this is where I'm able to read about the successes of other people, this is where I'm able to read about the opportunities that exist in Ghana. But I think it's something that should be done, and I believe will be done, with the setting up of that desk within this new government. I think it's definitely something that will be done. Okay. You do need that central point, otherwise it's all over, it's scattered, and you don't really know which one to address your needs to. So I think it will come with time.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
I would want to assist that person, the sustainability question posed by our sister from BSO, Ebenezer Kwesienso. I think integral to their coming back is the question of what is in it for me? Why must I come back? As part of the strategic plan, companies that invite people here must have that kind of sustainability plan, they should be able to manage it. But even more importantly, as what our keynote speaker said, there should be something like there should be departmental. In other words, those skills that we are inviting here should be segmented in the form of foreign direct investment. Are they coming as investors, or are they coming to take over our local jobs here? I think the Ashesi investment example is a clear case study of our brothers from the diaspora coming to take over our jobs. So the portfolio of skills that they are bringing on board should be part of the portfolio management or the strategy management of this diaspora policy. So, in themselves, coming back here in themselves, they should even have a sustainability plan. If I want to invest in Ghana, what are the chances of growing this business going forward on a very long term basis, other than just coming down, and before they are going back, they get frustrated and then get back. So they themselves must also have that kind of, a portfolio or a plan that will enable them to get, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one more hand at the back.
Okay, my thoughts are, in as much as we're focusing on the diaspora coming back to Africa, I think there should be an equal focus on what we're doing to develop the skills that already exist in Africa as well. Because if we want to attract anybody to come back to Africa, then they should feel comfortable enough coming back to know that, okay, well, this is the skill that I have to bring back, but I also have support in this area when I come. Otherwise, they will come, just like I think one of the other delegates spoke, they will come and then get frustrated and go back because things might not be as comfortable for them here as they are where they currently are. So the focus should also be on developing the skills and the talents that we have locally. So as we're saying homegrown, we should be able to grow skills from local instead of looking from external most of the time.
Thank you. That's good input, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Any other questions?
Distinguished delegates, we have 5 minutes more for questions.
This one, input from Andy.
For me, it's something my group and I were talking about, the retaining experience. So from 2 levels, if you are an investor coming from the diaspora, how easy it is to do business in Ghana, registering, filing taxes, is it over-regulation, how the regulators, regulating the business. So another level is the talents coming in. HR has a huge role to play. So if it's going to be a positive retaining experience, a lot depends on the HR. So I cited the success story of GE. I could also talk about a company I cannot mention the name for obvious reasons. They had a lot of diaspora people coming down. 2-3 years, I can say 95% of them. They come back. The experience wasn't good. Initially it was project-based, then it became routine, nothing exciting anymore, more like the resaturation, and they spend heavily on bringing these people back. And 95% that are very confident about they come back. So what is the role of HR? I think the majority of us HR people in giving that positive retaining experience. It's really important because that's the selling point. They have positive experience, they go back selling you more.
But isn't it a question of them wanting to come back? The only reason a person will come back to the country is because they want to come back. If they're not ready, if there are other issues, definitely they will find everything wrong. Traffic, with, everything that's not working in the country.
I sort of agree with you to some point, but the reason we're telling it, for instance, we had a division of the case study, and what happened was this. Some of them were brought back for the sake of diaspora. So, in spite of the talent, square pegs round holes. They're not truly, qualified, but they're coming from the diaspora. I mean, you agree with me there's an exception. It's everything from the diaspora, master's degree from outside, somewhat better. I mean, that's an exception. So people rush to bring them in. Performance issues, not exciting. These are some of the issues. Your point is right, I mean, to some extent, but also, how do you prepare for these people? Is the job the right job? How do you sell the job? Did you sell the job truthfully to this person? That's the project you're going to do? All these factors count to give it that positive experience. Those factors of traffic and the issues in Africa, of course, there's nothing you can do about it. Africa is Africa. Ghana is Ghana. If you're in Friday night traffic somewhere in the airport area, you cannot change that. But what you can change, you have to do something about it. Experience is very, very important. See them as a customer experience. If you have a positive experience with the product, you go back home.
Just to add to all the things that have been said, for me it's more a mindset issue. Before anyone takes a decision that they're coming back to Africa to come and be part of this African story, they need to have gone through some kind of program internally. Okay? Without that, you will come in and you will find yourself very frustrated because we are worlds apart. So there has to be that mindset, a change of mindset. Secondly, I think that, we have to, and that's why I'm looking forward to the establishment of a center of support. Because definitely you'll come in, you'll face things that you're not used to, you'll face things that are new to you, that I like you're talking about. But if you know that you have people who you can go to talk to share your experiences, to listen to how other people have done it, it definitely helps to make it a little easier for you to integrate into the system, So there's sort of things that must be done to make this work better for Africa.
Okay, that's from AMSCO.
Just to add there are quite a number of people who want to come now. We have the platform, we have a central point to make sure that they channel their, let's say, if you see these or concerns through, we don't have that central point. Now, my colleague just mentioned HR has a role to play. What kind of orientation do we even give to these people when they come? Are we putting them to the right place? We have people with so much skills. When they come, they want to make sure that those skills are transferred. We have a system to ensure that when you have somebody from the diaspora in an organization, is it transferring some sort of skills? I had opportunity to work with AMSCO, and I can attest to the fact that AMSCO monitors the placements that they do. They monitor to ensure that there's skills transfer. Most organizations don't have. We bring people from the diaspora. We don't have a setup for them to sustain them, to retain them. So at the end of the day, I have a very sad story to share. I met a young lady who studied up to the master's level in Russia in economics, and it was on a scholarship program. This lady came down, and there was no job for her. She ended up in a hotel working as a receptionist. And what did she look at her level, what she studied, and she ended up in a hotel reception. And that reception does not even give her the right support to ensure that she's going to expand. Is there any development program for such a person? So at the end of the day, if you don't have clear strategies and systems in place, we'll have these discussions and then it will not yield any result. We need to put the right systems in place from the onset, and that will surely sustain all these discussions that we have.
Madam Moderator, with your permission, may I read this question that's trending on Twitter? This is from E.O. Tunging, and she asks,
are there measures in place to train people in the diaspora with some skill sets, I beg your pardon, to help develop homegrown talent? May I take it again? Are there measures in place to train people in the diaspora with some skill sets to help develop homegrown talent?
Would you like to take that?
Right. I will take my industry. I'm trying to play it safe here. My industry is quite a challenging one, and there's this huge gap in terms of skills for certain positions. Now, what is happening is there's a system to ensure that we have people coming in to mentor some of our locals to ensure that they catch up to that position. I'll cite a few examples of these positions. We have a position like a food and beverage manager. It's quite scarce in the industry. We have a position like executive chef. Most of these hotels have foreigners occupying this position. So what is happening in the industry now is there is an association trying to put together a system where people from diaspora comes on a visit, more like an exchange program to develop the local talents that are upcoming. There's also a mentor program put in place to ensure that they understand even the foreigners that we have in the country at the moment. So for my side, this is some system that is currently ongoing to ensure that we have these things streamlined.
Thank you.
I actually just wanted to follow up on a point that was made by the gentleman in the audience about whether people coming back are coming back. You're trying to, quite frankly, a lot of people in the U.S., the reason why they're in the U.S. or in some of these other countries is that they have gotten, or they have gotten accustomed to a certain lifestyle. And so the possibility of getting them, as you mentioned, it requires like a certain mindset to say, I'm going to leave some of the things that I know are comfortable in these other countries and come back to Africa, recognizing I'm going to face some issues. And so some of it is that there almost has to be some initial investment to address some of the infrastructure issues to kind of level the playing field, or at least bring it to a point that people are going to get comfortable. Particularly when you're already combating this view from the West that Africa is just nothing there, right? So when you already have that, unless you kind of have that initial investment in infrastructure to bring the standard up, it's going to be very hard to get people to move here long term. And then the question becomes, how do you get people to invest their money here if the infrastructure isn't already here? And so I think that's kind of the chicken and the egg, because quite frankly, if you can address that issue, if you can get the infrastructure up, you could theoretically attract people. Those people could theoretically be used to train some of the people who are already here, eliminating the possibility of them taking their jobs long term. And then when they leave, or if they leave, some are going to stay, some are going to leave. When they go back, they'll be able to spread the message even more about the benefits of being in Africa. And quite frankly, if they're making money, that changes everything, right? Capitalism runs the world, frankly. If you're an American and you come here and you put your money up, if you make some extra return, you'll come back to Africa.
Thank you. Can you please give a round of applause to our panelists? Thank you for taking the time.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up for our moderator, Cecil, and our amazing panelists, July and the place all phones or our business silent to avoid any interferences. We're live on Twitter and on YouTube, so please kindly put your phones. Just a few days ago, His Excellency Robert Mugabe was in the country.
And I believe every African wanted to ask him about some quotes, but they were all afraid. So I waited patiently. And while he was talking about the expectations of the West vis-a-vis meeting the needs of his people, I heard him talk about a scenario where he talked about the marriage between a woman who is beautiful and a woman who knows how to cook. So quickly I jumped to the brain. Your Excellency, what would you choose? He says, young man, I would always choose a woman who knows how to cook, because beauty doesn't last, but hunger lasts forever. All the ladies and gentlemen, we'll branch out for a coffee break, and we'll return in the next 15 minutes to proceed with the second and third presentations. Bon appetit, and I'll see you soon. Distinguished delegates, we shall reconvene here at exactly 11:15.
But right here, we're asking very serious questions for growth under the Africa Management Services Business Transformation Africa Conference. A warm welcome to you all, and welcome from the coffee break. I hope you found that very useful. Just gone by was the opening ceremony of this great gathering, which saw the mayor of Accra, the first part of the second part, which is the general plenary, which saw a very powerful keynote presentation from Madam Ila Selome. It was also followed by a panel discussion, very invigorating, bringing out various perspectives to the topic which was discussed. Into the second phase of this second plenary, which is the second keynote. May I encourage all of us to please make use of the social media handles, particularly Twitter, by using at AMSCO BB, all in caps, AMSCO BB caps, #BTAC. We'd love to hear from you, because this conversation is not ending here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to take us through the second part, or the second keynote, may I just start by saying that the only thing worse than training your employees and losing them is to not train them and you can still keep them. It's not Robert Mugabe, it's glad you said that. And so to speak to us right now on training, whether it's an investment or is a man who brings to our discussion a healthy blend of industry experience and academic knowledge, having the blessing of juggling both. An HR professional, a lecturer at the School of Graduate Studies, UPS, and an adjunct lecturer at GIMPA, in addition to being a management consultant specialist in organizational development, change management, admin, and HR. He is currently an HR practitioner with Pacific Oil Ghana Limited, having served in similar capacity at Tulip Inn Accra Hotel. He is particularly suited to speak on employee training, cost of investment, assessing the return on investment of training, giving a successful track record of developing best practices that facilitate more efficient processes and creating strong cohesive teams. It is my greatest honor to give to you to speak to us as our second speaker, Mr. Michael Kwame.
Thank you very much, Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To give a keynote address at this year's Business Transforming Africa, Inspiring Innovation for Good Conference. It is a privilege to share a few ideas and perspectives with you, distinguished participants, on this topic. Or investment, assessing the return on investment on trading. Before I proceed, please allow me to congratulate AMSCO for their over 2 decades dedication to providing and implementing integrated human capital development and capacity building needs of private and public businesses in sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, training is an issue. Permit me to just digress a bit to my experience a couple of years ago in some organizations. Maybe there's a budget for training, so we call you. Please come. Are you going for training this year? No, please. Okay, there's one thing organized at a palm. You have to go there. So quickly, you have to go. Whether it suits your career progression, nothing. Just go to that training. This is something in most organizations today. You know, the ministries only would have a budget for training, and by the end of the year, it must be spent. So how do we spend it? Go on training. So it's done without recourse to your needs within the organization. Of course, currently we have advancement technology, we have fast-changing innovations. For example, the banks have become more IT-oriented, and therefore we need well-trained employees who can drive us, our business, to become competitive. So training is seen as a planned effort to facilitate employees related experiences, learning these experiences. But let me ask you, is training an investment or a cost? Now, it's very significant that employee training can lead to success in many organizations. For instance, if you are still employees, you can avoid wasteful investments to improve on efficiency and performance in the organization. Definitely, training will enhance knowledge and information about certain field and also add advantage to networking for efficiency and performance of employees. However, if you fail to train employees or you invest in them, of course, you find it difficult to attract them and retain them. And this will have a knock-on impact on your business outcomes, such as performance, quality, customer service, amongst others. If you fail to train your staff, you can't achieve projected revenues. That is one. There's lower delivery capability, loss of customers, and reduced customer satisfaction. There's loss of repeat business, insufficient creativity, innovation to keep you ahead. Or one question which often demands answers: how do you know that the money spent on employee training generates a worthwhile commercial benefit to the organization? Now, if it's time for training and the HR department is asked to submit their budget, put the money here for the executives or directors, it's just too expensive. So, directors and human resource professionals have different views about the assessment of training programs. Directors want to know the immediate return regarding the time and effort allocation, as well as the cost justification. And human resource managers are more concerned about the knowledge. So these are diverse views. Whilst management is thinking about the cost, HR is thinking about the returns to the organization. And therefore, this raises the return on investment assessment issues of training. A few studies abroad shows that about just 5% of regards to their contribution to the organization. For instance, way back 2005, Kirkpatrick and Kirkpatrick came up with this view that training is carried out by only 5%. That's return on investment in training is done by only 5% of organizations. Found that over 600 UK organizations also vote. That's about 50%. Normally, we systematically measure the return on investment for training. So it means that, even advanced countries, not all, just a few may really measure the impact of training on employee development in terms of investment to the organization. Let's come to Africa. What's the scenario like? Well, if we really want to prioritize HR, then we can't put return on investment at the lower bottom of it. We need to see it as most important. We must transform business minds to inspire innovation and human resource management for good in the continent. And therefore, this is the time to accept the return on investment training challenge now. Why do we say this? This will serve as an ultimate measure of accountability. So you can compare the benefits of training and the costs that we've incurred in training our staff. And the reliable evaluation tool for training is a return on investment, which will help us ensure that the decision to train is the right one. That is one. It will give you a good return for any investment on the training. We have return on investment experts who argue that assessing the return on investment for any program justifies the current and future training budget. That is one. improves your training program selection. It will impact positively on your training cost. So the return on investment correlation tool is not as key actually in most organizations, and that is what we read about. But using that tool, what are some challenges? We don't have the personnel, professional, qualified to really assess using the evaluation tool. So who would assess? How would you assess? An example, one organization, when it comes to performance assessment or management, heads of departments, some really don't know how to even use good assessment tool. And therefore, they will even rate you 80%. Meanwhile, 80% is a very good performance, and that may deserve promotion. So, if you don't have the personnel to really use the evaluation tool, then it becomes a challenge. That's the first aspect, using the return on investment model. Secondly, how do you assess the cost of certain learning activities? For instance, if you are doing mentoring as a form of training, how can you assess the financial cost of mentoring as against the benefits you gain out of that mentoring or coaching for organizations? So you can even sell this idea to management. It's complex variables which might interact to identify the training. Therefore, for HR departments, struggle with obtaining data, finding the time to analyze results, measuring the level of learning activities, training investments, in line with calculating for your return on investment. Implementation, it is vital for researchers and policymakers to identify the factors that can encourage or hinder this adoption and implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm therefore very hopeful that this conference will shed more light on techniques and tools using return on investment and also implementing through the sharing of experiences and analysis to transform HR minds for sustainable growth in Africa. To conclude, it should be evident in this era of rapid change that training activity part of the culture or the way of doing things. Training ideas should compete for investment funds with other options, all of which provide some return at some risk. Thus, the rate of training, rate of return on the training proposal must always be compared with any other possible alternatives. So once we get a proposal for training, let's see whether we can really measure what extent can this direct us to getting measurable skills from our employees. Investment in human capital. Looking to maximize the value of every investment, human direct resources, people, and programs that are most essential to the competitiveness of organizations. This conference must therefore serve as a catalyst to push the boundaries to allow excellence of using the return on investment of employee training and the broader idea of human capital in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for these collaborations and mutually beneficial interactions in 2017 Business Transforming Africa, Inspiring Innovation for Good Conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and Nixon, a round of applause. It's a very compelling presentation to define and measure HR's effects on the bottom line. More specifically, we say thank you. Short, straight to the point. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to flesh out the very salient points which were made in that keynote, it gives me great joy to call up here very amazing panel. Dr. Isi Ansa, Mr. John Maxwell Ado, and Madam Vida Boone. Please cheer them on with a round of applause. And I urge you, distinguished Twitter, or you may jot down the various pointers, and in the discussion that will ensue after this, we invite you to please participate. Unfortunately, our resource person at that keynote speaker is unable to join them because of space, but he'll be down here and you take questions. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to further introduce to you the amazing panel. Madame Diana Mwakon is the MD University, Fidelity Bank, and Madame Vida Obi is a management consultant with APMG. Moderating this very interesting session is a man who has spent over 25 years of his career as lecturer, HR consultant, leadership facilitator, and very soon maybe a lab doctor. Most recently, he was Senior Business Development Manager for Director for Henley Business School, Africa, and Managing Agent for Africa and Middle East. He joins us this morning as the MD of the HR Advisory Services of AMSCO. Please welcome Mr. Vickers Jansen van Woerden. And so, Mr. Moderator, your panelists, audience, your moderator, and panelists.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the panel. This is one, obviously, as you can imagine, after 25 years, one of the areas that I'm extremely passionate about. From being a very terrible sociology lecturer at Wits University, to hopefully being a slightly better leadership facilitator. But the one commonality that I've always come across when we talk about training and development, this issue of return on investment always comes up. Of interventions actually being measured is obviously an area of concern. So I want you just first of all hear from the panel your impressions around your experience in terms of return on investment. Is it something that's possible? Is training a cost? Or is it really something that
Thank you. That's a question we've all been battling. But I think we always arrive at that situation because of certain things not being put in place well.
If I can jump in like that, I think one, it depends on the industry. If you're training somebody to be able to manufacture, then you can actually tie how many products to so I think whenever we force a dichotomy and say, is it a cost, is it an investment, we just go around in circles. It's both. I don't see how it's one more than the other or one and not the other. It's both. The value comes in so ahead of the training, making sure you have the metrics, you know exactly what you're training them for. So it depends on industry. 2, it depends on the function. And 3, it depends on the actual skills you're building. It's harder to measure soft skills, but it's possible. You know, and one core value is being friendly. I need to have my metrics ahead of the training. And then once you're done with that, you can actually get the feedback from the clients. How many people came, experienced the service, were happy. To me, all things are measurable, you know, and it's measuring upfront, not after. Sometimes you find people thinking of what to measure after, you know, the training where there's a problem. And it's, for me, it's both a cost and an investment.
In my experience, it's all about design upfront. From the training is too late. And for me, it's sponsorship. Who is asking for it? Why? And before that, what's the need? It's also not enough for the sponsors to just identify the training and then go to sleep. They have to work with the HR department or L&D person. They have to work with the training. So where I've seen training work well and sort of be successful, case studies are from within the organization. They're not sort of generic and, you know, but also the pitch, you know, so that's where the sponsor who is in the room. Is the pitch right? So is it too high? Is it low? Should it be intermediate? But also linkage to what they actually do. So there are cases where people are shown in training. You know, so it's important that all those sort of linkages are made. In an ideal world, the sponsor should be there to open the program, recyclage and training when it starts, and be there to close it. In opening it, we are clearly saying but they're also indirectly sending messages to say, when you come back, I'll be expecting change and I'll be looking out for it. So for me, it's design, it's ensuring that the linkages are there, linking it to a need, the business needs, but also the individual. Why am I there? Those conversations again need to happen even before the training goes in class. And mostly it doesn't happen because they just get identified, everyone is busy and then they just go. But it's important that before the staff goes in training, expectations are of them when they come back. So for me, it's all about design and process, you know, and also follow through. You know, so whenever the chain is broken, then you find that the transfer
Thank you very much. I think for training, this argument about whether training is a cost or investment, the involvement of everybody in the organization, understanding the vision and the strategy is very important. What we do is, at the end of the year, when you present your training budget, training needs. We sit together and then we discuss how, they should explain why they need of these particular interventions. And then once that is done, at the end of each training, you out with some of these improvements that they expect. Otherwise, it's always a big issue. So for me as an L&D person, everybody in the organization, especially the business unit head, needs to be involved with it, as well as HR. Otherwise, we always have this problem. At the end of the day, so much and then what was the result? You sit there as the L&D manager, you go back to the unit heads, and they are not able to, because as I said, those metrics were not set, right at the beginning of the year. So I'll just advise that we all do that.
I think one key issue would be research. One of the things that I do with training is getting the client to tell me their before story. And then you do the interventions operations data, performance data. I'm not talking about appraisals. How you are performing, how you connect the dots in the organization. But if you're constantly gathering data on operational efficiency, how much time does it take for a client to get served, etc., then you have a database. Measurement, know what your baseline is, you do the intervention, and then you can go back after a while. And so the value of constantly gathering data, however you're going to do it, whether it's the soft skills, the technical skills, everything, as much as possible, gather the data with, well, before, this is how much we were making, after, this is how much we were making, client satisfaction, etc. So one key thing is data gathering in organizations.
That's a very interesting comment, and there's a number of you that's mentioned this whole thing around soft skills and the measurement of soft skills. So let's take it one step further and talk about leadership, because it's one of those buzzwords that everybody's talking about these days. Everybody's talking about the importance of leadership and the ROI of leadership interventions. It obviously becomes problematic. So my question to the panel is, the fact that we have only 5% of interventions being measured, is it the case that it's really difficult is there something that we're missing that can make it easier for us to do that?
Leadership and soft skills, unlike functional skills, are more areas. So it's difficult to get this framework, which are attended the training or any learning intervention that is put into place. You assess the person before the intervention, and then after the intervention, reassess again to see if there's been any change in behavior. And if you have been clearly spelled out, so this is where I stand. And then the line manager can also come in. And you can even have other tools like 360 feedback, whereby other peers or team members or supervisors can also it won't be 100% objective.
I kind of view lately is maybe we expect too much of training programs, and that's and we think that sending a bunch of people into a classroom, however defined, competencies, measurements, will solve all the problems will go away. I'm beginning to realize that it's not that simple. So for me, it's about the home, it's about school, it's about the church, it's about the community. And I find that for learning, even for soft skills to achieve, it has to be holistic across the organization. So role modeling change, but the CEO is exempt, or the heads of the departments are exempt. So it has to be holistic, it has to cut across the training, it has to develop skills, and you can measure, but to start to look at it one-dimensional through classroom is to shoot yourself. You will struggle to see the change. And it's difficult to get them to hand their own wet towels, as we said, like 10 people. It has to be all-encompassing before you can actually see the behavior change. So that's my sort of contribution on that.
So whenever we start trying to measure leadership is so broad. I mean, there's so many elements in there. If I'm to train people in leadership, try and develop them, I'm going to look, one, at they themselves. How do they improve the before and the after? Encourage, grow, coach other people. And then three, systems. For me, leadership is all about, setting up systems that will outlast everybody. And so if I'm to measure the impact of leadership training, I'm going to start by assessing you. And then later on, we're going to do an after. Let's look at the people you're working with. How are you empowering them? How are you supporting, etc.? Let's look at the systems. And when I mention alignment in terms of the difference you can make to the company. So when you come back, system to improve things. That is how I'm going to measure the impact of leadership development. And I totally agree with what John said, because a lot of times we focus on the individual who's being trained. I've had to tell a client, it's a hotel business, and they wanted me to come do customer service. And I said, if I'm going to do it, I need your MD involved, everybody. And they thought that was weird. Oh, she just wants to take all our money. No. What's the value of something people out in the background? You've defeated the purpose. So aligning people to where the organization is going, their key core values, etc., and seeing how the people you train transform themselves, transform others, transform the system.
Just one last comment on that. The L&D model of 2070-10, 70% is actually on the job, So again, when we focus too much on classroom training and put too much emphasis on what should happen after that classroom training, but the reality is it's all happening on the job. The coaching from the line manager, the role modeling, the one-to-ones and all of that.
first month, second month, and then they expect the change to happen. But it doesn't really happen overnight. Especially for the STEM skills, it takes quite a longer time, and everybody should be involved. Every business head should be a mentor, supervisor.
I just want to quickly summarize 3 very critical things that came out. I like what you said about relevance and alignment, but the one word that keeps coming out of all the conversations is this thing around change, changing behavior. And it actually reminds me of do you know the answer? Anybody? The answer is 1, but then the light bulb must really want to change. And I think that's often the challenge that we have, is that first of all we need to make sure that people have a desire to change. And creating a learning environment that's conducive for that change, otherwise we're not going to get that change. I've been asked to start to wrap up the conversation and allow the audience to also ask some questions. But a last question from my side. As much as we as an investment, and it's so important, the reality is that the moment economies are in downturn and the moment companies are experiencing difficulties, that the first thing they cut is training. They just say they can't afford it. So how do we mindset? How do we get companies to keep investing in training even when times are difficult?
Well, that's a very difficult one. Because for instance, if you're an HR manager and you're asked, what normally I would say is, I think we are concentrating too much on training, and I believe everybody up here is saying that as well. I believe the learning landscape must rather be widened. And as HR people, the questions we should be asking ourselves is, how do people learn within? How do people learn, what's the third one? Within, without, on the job? And even if it entails leadership development, core values and everything, we can still learn on the job. Whether training should be maintained at all costs, you can see the balance sheet of the organization. You can see that there is not there. You have the will to do it, but it's not there. But that doesn't mean people should not be able to perform. People still need to perform. So
just to add to that, I mean, some of the sort of cheap and cheerful ways when budgets are sort of challenged. 2 hours here, 3 hours there. That works very well because it's internal, it's relevant, it's aligned to whatever is going on. It's from a senior person they look up to. That person is also learning as they're teaching. Having business journal or whatever, subscribing for images, it's not too expensive. And then actually getting a sign-up sheet, one person reads, signs, and then passes it on. One Friday morning, the team gets together. What I've done in other organizations, what I've called leader-led experience sharing sessions, is basically getting like your CEO to talk about his early career experiences, that sort of thing, over drinks or a meal. They learn from that as well. And e-learning, I know it's a bad word, but it's also where people have taken it seriously, they benefited from it. But I think it's an uphill task.
With that, what I would suggest is that you could give the employees some time, or maybe every afternoon or at a particular day, for them to do some research, and maybe on something, if it has to do with you give them time for everybody to research, and then maybe on a Friday or maybe a Thursday, about an hour, somebody, they congregate in a room, and then one of them is asked to present, to give a presentation or maybe knowledge sharing. And for me, because you don't know who is going to lunch at Leisure Beach Hotel because the person did an excellent work. These are all innovative that don't really involve a lot of cost, and it would also motivate them to know that yes, our training budget, even though the actual training budget has been cut, there are still
I know. Two quick things. Reading of books, shared learning. So you're doing something in change management. Our Iceberg is Melting is a great book. Get your people to read it. And as opposed to people not knowing who would don't really get along. It's great for team building. Get them to work together, and they are facilitating the session. We tell them, look, make it as fun as you can when it comes to especially soft skills. When it's technical stuff, let them work in teams, understand it, and then
Anybody in the back who can't hear me? Can you all hear me? I think my voice is strong enough. So let's ask some questions from the audience. Questions for the panel. Is the lady in the blue?
New businesses, I would like to know if there's specific metric for company heads to use to measure the soft skills they are giving. Is there a specific metric for new businesses?
The impact of soft skills training. Any ideas? I'm not going to answer the question until I've given you a chance.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So, two new businesses. There's what we call behaviorally anchored rating skills, BARS. If you have a BARS system, you're taking a soft skill like communication. If I rate you on 1, if I rate you 2, 3, 4, what are the actual behaviors that I should observe? Once you have something simple, I'd say your best bet is take your core values and your vision. Take the to measure a scale of 1 to 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Use it initially once you're starting the business, and then periodically run it, let them take this, and use that to start measuring the soft skills, right? It's asking people, so if let's say you're all in the same company, I'd say, think of a metaphor that describes the organization. So some would say it's like a car. I've had 7. They said, yeah, it's very tired, so I don't know what it's doing. Make sure that there's alignment. I think
when you want to look at it, now when you have that broad definition, you need to break it up into, let's say, the same communication. There's the kind of job that we do entails a lot of written communication, oral communication, body language. So you break it up there, and then you look out for various in an area of ascendancy, for say a rate of 1 to 5. But I think when we finish, AC can help you. There are others who can also support you to do that.
So I think for new business, my advice is keep it simple. You might and it's always a danger because people just don't see it the way you do. So simplicity is key. That would be one advice. The other advice is try and align it to everything, to action. The year of periodically, they will be held accountable as well. That's also key. But importantly, ensure that the bosses are also held to the same standard. Because if they're not held accountable, then they won't ensure, and the role modeling won't happen. So that's also
As the moderator, I'm not supposed to comment, so I'm going to comment anyway because I like what you just said about performance management systems. It's one of the tricks I've used when we start to look at measuring leadership and effectiveness of leadership training. It's a simple thing. In your performance management system, and quite frankly, leadership is not important. So make sure that when you train leadership, that those behaviors are also part of how you measure performance in KPIs and KPIs. What it then gives you is a performance before, and you assess performance through the same system after, and you can see what shift in leadership has.
Mr. Moderator, with your permission, may I just alert the House that our keynote speaker is on hand to and we also have another eminent panelist who can also speak to the issue, Madam Emiliana, HR Manager at RSVP Hotel. So ladies and gentlemen, please ask your question. If you may, direct them to a specific resource person.
And those insights, I take away relevance, alignment, and reinforcement when it comes to training. I also note that you shared some innovative ways of running training programs. Could you share some innovative methods aside those rigid matrix systems which usually line managers struggle to understand? Thank you.
The usual ROI conversations at the top. And for us, the approach was this: who was the sponsor for the program? Who were the attendees? Who are the line managers? And we set up the need. So has anything changed? And that's why they should be involved in the design and discussions with the facilitator and all. Has anything? The individuals, has anything changed? The line manager of the individuals, has anything changed? Some of the things that we came up with is, tangible metrics like turnaround times, queues have changed, product knowledge, less mistakes because people have better product knowledge. And these are all tangible, customer experiences. These are all telling the story that indeed there has been a shift from where you were to where you are now. And I think it's quite a simple, straightforward way to do it.
Whenever anybody joined my company, they had to write a very quick essay. Me before and after Axis before and after me. What impact I did on it. When you get people to start thinking in terms of their contribution, and we break creating an environment where there's support. When you do that, you can get people to actually do a simple SWOT analysis of themselves and have them be very honest about where they struggle, where they know they don't meet their standards. And then begin looking. If I don't feel that my feedback about my weaknesses will be used against me, I'll be honest with it, and I'll be able to self-monitor too.
Right. I want to quickly separate training from development and learning, and say that training will be statutory in Ghana. If all of us take our mind back to deliver and train human resource. And workers have right now to be trained. So there's a cost saving element over there. If you if you have running performance management system, where you and the person is unable to demonstrate up to expectation, and the consequences is termination. If you fail to train the person, you are violating the statutory requirement. Maybe the first associated with warning. This is the expectation. By the end of 3rd month, we expect the result. Failure to achieve this expectation will lead to disciplinary action. So if you don't show evidence of training, the court will agree with you that you have a right to terminate, but your termination is unfair. In that case, there's a cost element. You pay. You have a case. You don't handle it well. Looking at it legally, there is cost element and there is investment element. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Manikwa. I work with APM Terminals. And being in L&D is interesting, trying to justify a budget. And I think that all of us can identify with having salespeople as in sales training, for a system. So when we know and understand the organizational strategy, we have our functional strategies. If I am in manufacturing, I should be able to understand why the salesperson needs to understand from manufacturing a certain quality parameter would make the product not look so fanciful. So what we miss sometimes in delivering towards the strategy and why we are denied the budget is because we don't cross-functionally check why manufacturing is doing things the way they're doing it, and why manufacturing people are always learning how to make higher quality products
without necessarily understanding the market. Immediately we start sharing that, and that shouldn't cost much. You can have a sales director or manager see an actual impact on your top line, because now product development comes through quicker, it comes at a lower cost, and it will appeal more to your customers. So you then can speak to them. Go back to the strategy. They would always let us align. So I like the bit about relevance and alignment. Thank you.
I agree with those comments. Because invariably, nothing in there is about, I would say nothing, but very little in there is about training yourself or the HR department. You're training for the business. And if it's aligned, if it's relevant, why are you starting? Because they have made the business case. If you're unable to make a business case, then you should be stuck on it. That's why every piece of training needs to have a sponsor. And HR should not necessarily be the ones initiating it. It should be someone in the business. And that's when it becomes relevant. It's our job to push every single line, every single thing.
I think you're also presuming that you have companies set up such that you have sponsors. If it's an SME that is yet to have, very and HR, that's it. We have a marketing function, we have a team, etc. So it's really sometimes one of the tricks is taking that MD or whoever it is who's struggling to accept that. Suggest that, what, there's this skills building thing, it's great, absolutely good, but let them go for it first. And sometimes that's the best thing, because they come back and they're convinced, and then that helps. But I love that. Whereas if that accounting person had a little MIS and had a little bit of this and that, you use them more effectively. And that translates into training. Equip people with multiple skills.
I'd like to ask our keynote speaker, Michael, for his final thoughts. It's not Jerry's final thoughts, it's Michael's final thoughts.
Thank you very much. I think based on our discussion, it's realized that it's the hard skill and the soft skills. Some are easy to measure, some are quite difficult to measure. So let's determine which one is easier to measure, but at least we should have a way of measuring, be it leadership, be it sales, how we're doing business. It's business there. Customer satisfaction is a key. But I ask myself, if I'm really measuring satisfaction, is it really up to? Now, if I should take them through training, based on the numbers, performance after training, to see a good returns on your investment. However, some have the competencies model, and therefore some model or some skills are critical. Let's see those critical skills being measured, being trained. We need to progress and give time or room to see improvement in our employees. Thank you very much.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, how about a resounding round of applause? Madame Diana Enkiwa Mwakon, Dr. Isi Sam, Mr. John Ado, Madam Vika Kobe, and our moderator, Mr. Vikas Johnson Van Voden. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them. And a better return on our investment. Now, when Mr. John Ado was speaking, and I think Dr. Isi has also emphasized the same thing, the stress to work across industries. And so, a short while ago, I got this, the HR scorecard, linking people's strategy and performance. Trust me, I've only been able to do the first 2 pages, and that's all. But I was particularly struck by the strategic partner, the measurement challenge. It asks, how can we ensure that HR is at the table and not on the table? HR for Halliburton Ghana. Manufacturing, production, investments and services. Our keynote speakers become a strategic HR business partner with distinctive competencies in HR transformation for highest levels of execution and change. He drives the best practices and benefits. Cutting straight to the chase, he's a publisher of 2 books and was a visiting lecturer at the University of Applied Management, Germany, and the Ghana campus of Wisconsin International University. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he's occupied several sensitive roles, manager, and was also the project lead for IBM Public Services. His work has received international acclaim, culminating in the award for excellence in 2006 as the overall best graduating student and MBA program by the Alt International Business Award for Global Professional of the Year 2016. Speakers don't come as illustrious as your very own David Ajobi. A round of applause. At least for his swag, we might want to do another round of applause.
Good afternoon, people. I'm happy to be here, and I'm one of you. It's a great opportunity, and I'm privileged from being the people who you talk about as policemen and all that to actually driving business performance. my outline for this afternoon. And I've heard a lot of people talking about corporate strategy, and this is very important. Now, in a typical organization, that I've outlined. The first one is higher return on investment. Then we have customer loyalty, we have corporate image, and then finally we have profit. Now, organizations do not operate in vacuum. They do have objectives. They need to have people. Now, we are not sitting here by accident. I think the reason for our being is the fact that people are critical to the existence of business. HR people, before we come to play, we know that in the Anglo-Saxons, it's all about satisfying or being able to meet corporate objectives. And meeting these corporate objectives the shareholders well. I know this comes up more in a finance class, but probably coming up now in an HR seminar. Why do we have to meet corporate objectives? Number one, service, we know, is delivered by people. It is people who deliver service. If you don't have people, service is not delivered. So HR is at the center stage of making a business effective. A low-level HR or staff engagement could lead to low-level business results. If people are not aligned to meet corporate objectives, we talking about people, we are not only talking about the lowest employee here, we are talking about the leadership to the bottom of the business. And so, from the top, I'm surprised most of the time when we HR people talk about ourselves in the middle. I don't know where you are. Where are we? I just want to understand. Where really is HR? Where do we belong? Hello? So service is delivered by people, and low quality of service comes as a result of low level HR and employee engagement. And in this century, knowledge we know that competitiveness can only come about when you talk about people. It is people who make the organization. The most leading or the top organization are top because of the people that they have. And the people deliver at a very high level, making the organization compete on the global workspace. And knowledge, we know, comes from the heads of people. There were some discussions about training and development, etc., here. It's not about people. Our job is to ensure that the organization has a people agenda. Today, it is very easy to find organizations that put on their website, our people are our most important assets. But when you go down, before the people, and our job is to ensure that companies come back to making the organization operate with people being the core or the most important aspect of its company. Why is HR critical to a kinds of elements. One, we drive the people agenda. We manage the employment life cycle. HR are policy people. We are the custodians of policy. We are to ensure that we have the right processes, the right policies in place in order to make people deliver corporate objectives. Talking about driving the people agenda, we use policies. And we also influence the engagement of employees. HR plays critical roles in research was conducted, and it shows that when you have low staff engagement, then productivity drops. And then it goes on further to affect profitability of the organization. So our job on day-to-day basis, very strategic, is also being able to help the health of the organization by making sure that people who work in the organization are happy and they are up and doing. And that's like looking at the organization as a long canoe. I don't know, I love this canoe theory because it explains how our job or our responsibility in the organization our partnership role as HR people. So, in this canoe, we can call it the AMSCO canoe. It means that the organization has goals and objectives. And in this canoe, everybody must have a paddle and a seat. It means that everybody must have what? Roles and responsibilities. There are no spectators on the canoe. People who are not ready to paddle must either find a different canoe or the canoe understands crisis, and the canoe believes that everybody has the right to be happy. So if in ensuring that this canoe reaches its destination safely with all the members or the people or the crew still being very engaged and very happy. That the canoe does not only keep people who are not ready to paddle or who prevent others from paddling. This comes through a lot of our training role, our mentoring role in the organizational life cycle, so that each and everyone on board finds the place So what do we provide? I have 4 stones here. Our job is to ensure that people believe in this canoe. that they have hope, and they feel loved, and above all, they have faith in the destination of the canoe. However, just as it's difficult to be a captain on a canoe, the workforce who are more educated, who really understand international business today than in the years before. And all these make it imperative for the HR professional to understand the business from the top down and from the down up. The previous presenter talked about globalization, but I will look at two elements of globalization here. So we have globalization of production, which is one very important dimension of globalization today. So it is possible to have, for instance, if I take the laptop that I use, that the central processing units could be produced in a different country, the keyboards are produced in a different country, the monitor and the whole system is assembled in another country. This means that the organization who is sourcing for manpower or labor in different geographical markets, making it very complex, a system to run in order for people or for the organization to achieve its corporate objective. This means that the HR leader today must have a global mindset in managing cultures and in managing people from different geomarkets. Bringing all these people together and making sure that they are able to work together to achieve the same corporate objectives. So, all that I was talking about is what we are very familiar with. And that's an aspect of HR where we do the inside-in approach. But today, our job or our responsibility has expanded further. HR must start thinking about an outside-in approach, not only inside-out approach. And what is this outside-in approach? In short, it's referred to as customer connection. Now, these are the various levels at which we interface with the customer. Transactional, service, partnering, and lately a lot of companies have developed systems and processes where they are able to partner with the customer on a long-term basis so that they are able to continually deliver products or services to these customers. But do these companies win? In this century, the businesses that are making impact are the businesses that have anticipation of customers' needs. Today, companies are developing operating systems for the year 2020. But we are just in 2017. What are they trying to do? They are trying to go one step faster to anticipate the need of the customer in order to meet this need against competition when time arises. What about us HR people? Are we still just going around our normal duties or doing the normal things that we know as HR people? Or we are anticipating the needs of our customers, both internal and external customers in delivering value to the business. Many CEOs were engaged and were interviewed, and they had to do evaluation of their HR processes, their HR systems. And a few CEOs believe that we, HR people, will have to be more involving or more strategic when it comes to the business. We have to have operational outlook, business sustainability, business continuity, profit and loss. Most of the time when you talk about what's happening on our balance sheet, it's only the accountant that gets this kind of information. We seem not to be very far away from the figures. But does that help us anticipate the business needs today and tomorrow? HR must begin to learn the language of the business, if it's not already doing so. We must understand that our role goes beyond deploying an HR tool or managing people in a small corner to delivering excellence in the business that affects everybody within the organization. So most of us are very comfortable with the evolution of HR. And there's been a lot of talk about HR partnering the business. But the next phase is where HR is delivering value to the customer. We must be seen as being people who are more focused on delivering value to the customer. This is becoming the new phase of HR, such that our evaluation of the business does not end with just looking at the corporate strategy, but going beyond the corporate strategy and seeing the end result that customers receive and how customers actually rate our service or our products in the market, or how our customer interactions are or have been in measuring our performance. So I have a business case here. And I want to show this to all of us. And you, can you evaluate the impact of leadership on return on investment? Do you think organizations will attract more investors due to the type of leadership or due to the leaders the organization has? And that's all of us. Who wants to answer? There's something we call leadership index. And today, when organizations are being evaluated, this comes very clear and becomes very, very important element of evaluation of the business. So the leadership has the potential of attracting investors or even customers to the business. So we must assume a new functional role as HR. We must focus more on business results rather than HR results. We must become strategic as a key competency in the business rather than market followers. Most of the time, HR is simply just following what's happening. Okay, so there's a business plan, this is what we want to do, and then we see ourselves later on trying to catch up with the business. But what we have to do now, or today, or going forward, is to be at the same level with the decision makers. Being at the table is not enough, but being really part of the decision such that we are able to make immediate interventions that drives performance within the organization. And that is what is expected of us as business partners. This is a model from Dave Aldrich, and he looked at the possible roles assumed by the HR function. And most of us find ourselves focusing more on one or more of these. For instance, they looked at HR system, people who do more of systems, people who look more on the people side, the people who are looking at the operational side, and others who are looking more at the strategic side. So there are two levels that we can look at each of these places. So if you're doing more of administrative and employee championship, then you are being very operational. If you are doing more of change agent management and employee championship, then you are being more people-centered. If you are being very administrative and a little bit of strategic managing or partnering, then you are being more systems-focused. But to be strategic, we've got to think strategic. We have to become change agents in the business. Change agents in the business will also mean that we understand change and are able to move along with the demands that are global or that are specific to the business in order to drive these changes that occur in the business. HR begins with the business, and business activities are tied to the business activities. So we have to develop competences in understanding the business. We have to develop competences that is relevant to the operations of the business, and we must contribute in the long term to the profitability of the business, whatever the requirements are. A research was conducted, and they tried to map HR people with finance people and marketing people. And the question was, which of these individuals have a greater potential of becoming a CEO? And the research results show that HR people have greater potential of becoming CEOs and being people who are at the board level. Why? Because the decisions that are taken at these levels are people-centered. And we, as people, will have to develop ourselves and begin to think like our CEOs in order to be able to partner the business better and meet or exceed expectations. So, I'm going to skip some of this slide because I have So, Dave Aldrich in his research had looked at what the future role of HR will be like. And this was some of the key elements that he came up with. What are these? HR navigating through the paradox must be a champion in human capital creator role. 2, we must master total rewards. We have to be credible activists. We have to be able to understand technology and its integration with the business. We must understand analytics and interpret these analytics. We have to be compliance managers and strategic positions, as well as people who are able to drive culture and change. Our main preoccupation should be our ability to imagine the future while reshaping the present. How do we imagine the future? Anticipating customer needs, so that we are able to develop people who help address these needs. This is the reason for our being. And this will be the reason why we sit at the table. I had some light bulb moments I want to share with you. The first one is that I've come to realize that my success is linked to the people that I lead. HR people must start thinking broader in terms of how success is delivered to the business as a whole than how they deliver results to a small HR department. That HR is about delivering customer value, and the next level HR focuses more on business value delivery. Now, there was a voice of a customer survey that was conducted, and in one consulting company where the organization decided to go in to understand how people who were doing customer facing were relating to customers. And there were certain questions that were asked, even the back office people. But what came up very interesting was that everybody was expecting only the customer service people to do customer service job. And every other person did not see how their responsibilities impacted on the total value that is delivered to the customer. So what does the future look like? HR community. All of us seated here have so much knowledge. Today you have a situation and somebody has seen it before. How are we able to integrate or bring our ideas together on one platform so that we are able to share knowledge? The future of businesses are developing portals where if you have problems, you can simply just type your issue, just like you Google something, and then in the community, somebody who has full knowledge could come to you and respond quickly to that problem. This is becoming a trend. Data analytics or big data is becoming another trend. Today, we do not take decisions by just looking at people. It is possible for you to track a performance of an employee from when he joined the organization through the transition, assuming he had worked in 14 countries. It is possible for you to track how this employee performed at the various levels on the job before he was promoted. And this is becoming a very powerful tool for us today and will continue to be a powerful tool for us tomorrow. Digital HR can do requisitions on your phone. There are ERP systems that are connected to mobile apps, and it has become a trend. How are we able to quickly align ourselves with these new changes? Predictive index. Today, all of us here can take a quick test, and we will have a very good career advice on ourselves by using predictive index. Same is done for employees. So the long and short is that we have a better opportunity to put the best people on the best jobs today than ever before. And that makes our work more interesting, delivering better value to the customer today than it has ever been. We as HR people must take advantage of these in order to even influence the business further in the future. This is our core. Before I sit down, I want us to look at a little video. So I'm to wrap up and then the video will show. So the world is changing very fast, and that's what my video is. And the world is changing very fast, and you all can attest to these changes. And we have a very important job to do. We, as professionals or HR executives, are finding ourselves on the table. We are supposed to influence strategic decisions from the people's side. The entire employment life cycle with best practices and best fits. However, we are challenged to look further at how we can anticipate the needs of the customer. How many of us do union negotiations? Maybe a long time ago. At that table, who are you representing? The business or employees? If you understand the stakeholder you are representing, the approach is different. Most HR people are seen as simply employee champions. It's not bad to be employee champion. But it's not enough to be an employee champion. We have the opportunity to see things from the high level to the low level. From the perspective of the business owner to the perspective of the employee. Our influence is very important to shaping the culture, the people, and the processes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mr. David Ajobie. And I can tell you from experience that the video that was troubleshooting was MTN telling you, you have 1 minute remaining. It happens every time. But let's give him a round of applause. He said it all, really passionate about HR. But one thing I've come to see from all of this is that the HR must be a jack of all trades and a master of all. Please welcome the following as they take their place here, our eminent panelists, Madame Yvonne Agree, Mame Epiagezi, Chris Mills, Maria Daniels, Emmanuel Tetekbe. Please welcome them with a round of applause. And so in less than an hour, we should wrap up this whole session, and then we'll bring everything to a close with the closing remarks, after which we shall go for lunch. May I formally introduce to you these eminent ladies and gentlemen. Yvonne Agree is the head HR and admin at Netis. Mami Epiagezi is the regional HR and admin at ABM Terminals. Chris Mills is the HR director, ex-Pro Golf. Maria Daniels is CEO, Global Lady Power Limited. And Emmanuel Tetekbe is the HR and Teledata ICT. To moderate this session, we're blessed to have a great woman who is currently the head of operations Anglophone West Africa of AMSCO. She's responsible for developing and implementing the strategic direction for AMSCO's operation in the region. Put your hands together for Eno Edwards. And so, at the request of the moderator, may I respectfully invite up here our keynote speaker, Mr. David Ajobie. Please join. As a moderator, your panelists, audience, your panelists, and moderator.
Good afternoon, can you hear me? Yes. Welcome to this panel. I think we have a very balanced panel, 2 men and 2 women. Can you put your hands together for that? I think it's been a very stimulating discussion, and I think this is really the future of HR. And I must have been very fascinated with the whole presentation. I'm sure if we gave you 2 hours, the keynote speaker will still be on. So let's put our hands together again for him. So I'm going to start with that on the premise where HR needs to be. And we've all listened to the speaker and how the HR role has evolved to where it is today or is trying to be. And I remember the MC saying something about a book he read where he was talking about having HR at the table, not on the table. And what occurred to me was, yes, HR used to be on the table where people issues were being discussed. Now the question is, how do we get HR to be at the table discussing business strategies, contributing to the success of the business, being a strategic partner? How do we earn ourselves that position? Can I ask if you want to start on this?
have to be a deliberate effort. Because from where I'm coming from, it's taking a while to get to the stage that we are in now, where HR is getting. Deliberate in the sense that you have to start from the grassroots. You have to understand the business. You have to understand what the people are doing. And then you get their trust. Then you move on to the line running. You understand what they are doing, you get their trust. And then, for me, the executive see your value that you are adding to them. And then you might get on the table. But it's not an overnight something. It's something that takes a while. It will take about 2 years to the orientation of some executives. And then I would also add that you would have to financially design a bit. Because most of we find ourselves competing with the financial partner. We usually go and HR is taking and taking, not bringing on board. So once we get knowledgeable, once we have some financial experience, we will be able to judge on it. Obviously, for every business, the bottom line is profit. So then that will also help us to become profitable.
I think I pick up something you said there, which has to do with a change of orientation. Can I ask Emmanuel to comment on that?
Change of orientation.
To be able to get to that strategic position we'd like to be.
I would say HR has 3 dimensions: administrative, operational, and strategic. If we appreciate the fact that excessive administrative management and operation management will just leave us as implemented, that orientation itself will redirect our performance. And so I will go ahead and say, human resource management, in order to have impact on the organization, first, you yourself as a person must demonstrate certain competencies, which is required. There are 4 competencies which are critical to the HR as a strategic or HR as strategic business partner. First, you must have business mastery. When I say business mastery, you must exhibit business acumen. You must understand customer service related issues. You must also demonstrate professional or human resource mastery. Here I am talking about you having successful record of professional competence. You must be able to appreciate all the dimensions of human resource, particularly today where there are concerns for productivity improvement. Workers are having desire to be treated fairly. Then you must understand compensation management critically. You must understand performance management. You must understand employee relations and how they have effect or impact on the overall business as a whole. And with this understanding and with competencies, including change mastery, all this will lead to what we call personal credibility. And that will affect the overall performance of human resources organization. That's what I was saying.
Amika, I saw you shaking your head. Okay, what's your take on the points raised down?
Thank you. I will take it from the point that if there is any senior HR practitioner who is not already at the table, then the person doesn't want to practice HR in these days. I think we are at the table. The question is, what is our contribution? What is our relevance at the table? What are we bringing to the discussion? How are we moving the business idea forward? So I would even take it from how do we get to the table? I think that was a discussion a decade ago when we were trying to move from personnel management into being business partners. You will go into a lot of well-meaning organizations and find that HR is part of the C-suite. HR doesn't report into finance and admin again. We report into the CEO. The question that baffles everybody now is, what are we really doing there? Was it right to bring us to the table? Are we changing the direction of the discussion? So that's where I will want us to pick it from. And you would realize that a lot of us have become very ambitious, trying to move into the strategic areas. And interestingly, losing the humane part of our practice. So we can have a discussion about industry. I can tell you about how we do boxes, how we do the sea, how we keep our depots in terms of safety, how we commercialize our operations, the multiply classical things, everything. But if an employee cannot approach me to have a simple, well-said discussion, then it's another conversation. Because I think that's where we are getting to. We are at the table, but most of us are also using the unique part of our practice, which makes us human resource management. Otherwise, we'll end up in commercial or business development management. So that's where I want to take that way. And we are at the table because people are at the center of our business. We are discussing the direction of talent, we are discussing the direction of leadership, but we don't have to lose the human side of it. So I like to go the devil's advocate to say that let's be at the table, let's have a business discussion, but also remember that you are not the finance director, you are not the operations director, you are the human resources manager or director. So that's what I'll take it.
Okay, thank you very much, Kwame. I need to pass my bill for a brief announcement. And I'm glad that we're able to smile at the end of it. I think that also the conversations we're having now, so we agreed that it's not the case of not being at the table. All kinds of conversations are taking place there. And you've raised the point that we're gradually, so to speak, losing the human side of things. And we should recall and remember that we're not the finance director and all that. But then also brings me to the issue of when we are at the table, do you not think that discussions or our role or the importance or the need to have financial discussions, the need to have data analytics play a key role in the kind of conversations, the kind of impacts that we want to make in the organizations that we are in? So yes, we are not finance directors and all that, and we should not lose the human side of things, but what role do you think this plays in our march towards being strategic business partners?
We've had quite a number of business set up. You could be in an existing organization where they're trying to set up a new business stream, and HR is only brought in at the point of recruiting. That's where the biggest problems begin. Because you have no clue the why for that business. You don't understand the target. So if you are not part of the earlier discussions, the question you should ask yourself is, why were you actually called? And that's why the kind of contribution we put across is critical. You must first, like my colleague said, have had the credibility of delivering your service as an HR person. You should be able to understand the balance sheet of your organization. My colleague talked about that. No business here, even the non-profit organizations, keep books. So if you don't understand what is coming in and how that is spent and how that is explained to investors, then there is a problem. You should understand the process of your business. I think the keynote speaker hinged on that. Why the products, who you are targeting, and the kind of people you will need to deliver on that, so that if we come to the question of talent discussion, you are able to contribute correctly, because you're talking about staffing with the right people at the right time. There are some individuals in our organizations that are fixed only for a certain time. At some point, they will have to exit. And if you don't understand the direction of the business, that's where you lose it. So if you're not brought in from the beginning of the discussion, the question is, why not? Maybe you are not contributing with relevant inputs. And so when you are brought at the table, what you contribute is relevant. You don't go and sit there and just look on the screen, and like my friend said, we are just part of the canoe passengers. You need to be part of the paddlers. You need to understand where the canoe is going. You need to understand how many people are required so we don't drown, and how many we require so that the boat is not shifted to one side. You need to be on point in terms of business. And I keep telling people that if you run the business or the HR function as a Salvation Army, sorry to say, no business leader would be excited, because in the end we are looking at, yes, the profit line, but we're also looking at the relevance of your contribution at the table.
So being called as a business partner at the table is about discussing business issues. So you must first of all be a business person first. So you mentioned finance manager as a commercial manager. When they are discussing commercial issues, marketing, sales, you must contribute. You must understand. But if in our organization we want to go for, let's say, retreat for planning of the organization, I lead. And I lead. If it is about documentation of performance agreement for the financial manager, I sit with the managing director or CEO and guide, provide, because I need to learn, I need to understand this thing. In fact, I write the performance agreement because I must write to demand certain things. When I say you should coordinate, I know what I am looking for. If you say you should follow up, when I am measuring, the keyword is follow up, what goes into it? Customer service, did you go to the person and ask? That is the action verbs. So in doing all these things, you are exhibiting the relevance of HR, and you are having impact. And at that time, you become very influential, and you are in a position of advisory, consultation, and collaboration. So there is no single thing that they will do which bothers some people without consulting you. That is HR business partner, and therefore, promoting us to HR business partner, other organizations call it Chief Human Resource Officer. Chief, because you are in line with Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, and Chief Executive Officer. And you are constantly bringing the HR reality, HR agenda at the table. The second speaker talked about training. At the table, you have to explain the relevance of training to the business before even you conclude the budget. So that positioning, although we are people position holder, that people element is about what I call change mastery. You must be very, your interpersonal skill must be very critical. Remember that HR, we don't produce, we don't bring money. So there is what we call staff-like conflict, where those who are directly in the center of the business, commercial people think we don't do anything. So it brings a conflict. And if you have a good interpersonal skill with other departments, they will be able to appreciate your contribution and realize that you are not putting blocks on their way. So this is how HR competence is that to move us to the position that we are actually competent, professional competence, matched with business competence.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. I think that we're all saying here that we cannot overemphasize the need and importance as HR people to understand the business language that goes on the table. We need to know the numbers. We need to be able to interpret the numbers. We need to be able to see how that affects the business itself for us to be able to effectively contribute our quota to the growth of the business. But even saying that, Mami has said that in the process of doing that, we have lost the human side of things. And I'd like our keynote speaker, Mr. David, to take that up. How do we address that? That in trying to ensure that businesses, we stay with the business, we understand the strategy and what is going on. At the end of the day, we don't lose the people side of human resource, which is what we were all about.
Thank you. So, very important contributions from my colleagues here. I will touch on organizational capability management. Now, how do you ensure that you are able to bring to bear what capabilities are required of the organization today, tomorrow, and in the future? You have to first understand the business. And as HR people, we must continue to learn, unlearn, and relearn. It's very important that, as my colleague said, change is occurring on a daily basis. And it takes someone who is responsive enough to relate the change to be able to influence the change. Yes, it's important for us to look at the strategy aspect of HR. In fact, my advice is that we have to understand when we need to separate the strategic HR function from the operational HR function. And that's exactly what my sister was trying to address. Yes, you have a strategy aspect of your job, but you still have some operational elements, like dealing with conflicts, like negotiating with unions, like dealing with employee relation issues. These are embedded in our job that we still have to deliver these. Because who is evaluating us? Is it only the employer or employees or other stakeholders? Employees have their expectations of their HR. So do employers have. So it is very important for us to balance our role in dealing with operational issues and the strategic issues. Thank you very much.
And maybe based on the question she asked, I would say we are not losing focus per se. What actually is happening is we can go and be managing people in their various departments. Where we are falling short is how to develop people-centered policies and procedures. You know, policy direct decisions of all our policies are company-wide policies, which other operating or line managers implement in their various departments. So that when we guide the organization with this policy, an issue that are beyond the operating manager's control will come to us and to handle it. If you go to chief executive officer, and he's talking about terminating somebody's appointment, your insistence is that there is disciplinary policies and procedures you have to follow. Your recommendation is out that when we are doing that, we are involving ourselves with the traditional people-centered issue. So policy issue is what I think, you go to many companies, you will not see HR policy. They are relying on collective agreement. That's all.
Okay, I think that my MC has told me that this stimulating discussion needs to wrap up on it. And I feel sad about it because we are having a very exciting time discussing this, looking at the future where the HR should be. I think from what the speaker has said, the keynote speaker today, there's a discussion we've had. We all agreed on the fact that we need to be in the life of the business. We need to understand what the business is about. We need to understand the value chain. We need to understand what the stakeholders are. We need to understand what the business needs. We need to be able to align HR strategies to the business initiatives and business strategy.
That's the only way we can be a strategic partner in the business we work in. And I think that if we can get that message and begin to implement all these strategies, then we will really be taking our place at the table, having the relevant conversations that will make us the strategic business partner that we should be. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you. But at this point, I'd like to open the floor for one or two questions. Mr. MC, am I permitted to do that? Thank you very much.
You jumped the gun.
I just want to bring your thoughts. You know, we've talked about digital HR. Is it a threat or opportunity? You see, today we have a lot of multinationals in Ghana. People start to mention it's actually wrong. The whole HR department is collapsed. COE set up, say, in Johannesburg or somewhere in Dubai, and there's not a single HR employee in Ghana. There's a lot of employees here anyway, but there's not a single HR person. When they need something, they go on a portal to request. So that touches them. So is it a threat to HR profession?
Who are you addressing your question to? Let's allow him. Anybody?
Madam Moderator, quickly say 1 more minute. Madam Moderator, may I beg that because of the constraint of time, we take about 3 or 4 at a go,
okay,
and direct them, and then they will answer at a go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we shall take 3 more questions in this round.
Thank you. Which of the two is king? The customer or our people?
Very question. Okay. In lieu of other questions, we can jump into these 2. So the first one is about digital HR, whether it's a threat or opportunity.
Yeah. You would start with that.
I think if you understand the business as operating in a legal environment, the business operating as a legal environment, if that there's no HR department, I'm just wondering how they are keeping Ghanaian employees record under the current Data Protection Act, which is operating in Ghana. There is an act which is affecting, I'm not sure whether all of us are aware, and that people's record must be managed in a certain way. How are they managing that? Are they going to manage it in accordance with that headquarters? And so there are legal dimensions of HR that if you don't take note of it, you may be importing so many unnecessary practices in the system. So I think for that matter, I will look at it as threat if they don't manage it well.
Okay, I think Mami wanted to say something now.
Yes, the thing is, it's happening. It's very real. I'm sure a lot of us here know of the centers of expertise. And truth be told, it is what we have brought ourselves to as HR practitioners. We have made the business understand that it's not relevant to keep 10 people in a department because this can be done digitally. The direction of every business is to make operations as easier as possible and integrated into information technology as possible. If you ask me, we are operating what we call 1 HR 100 employees. That means that a department of 3 has to go down to 1. Question is, what can you do as an HR practitioner? It comes to the N&D discussion where we had people talking about multiple training. So if as an HR person, when that happens to your organization, because it's real and it will happen, and it will mean that you won't have a job at that time, because you haven't taken time to understand the business, you can't do customer service, you can't do anything else, then there's a problem. So I would say that it's real. It is a benefit to the organization because it takes out costs, which every serious business is driving. But the thing is, Madam Moderator, business partnering is not just in HR. It is in finance. Every support function is going through business partnering. So we have finance functions going down because
a system is set up in India where everything goes and you only have a computer interface. So you need to be relevant. You need to move yourself from the transactional level of delivering to be able to stay in business. That's what I would say. To the question, my question actually for my closing, if I had been asked, was, who is our customer as HR people?
Sorry, one second please. I think she wanted to add a voice to that before we jump into that question.
I actually wanted to answer that question.
Oh, if I'm saying who is king, customer or
The same of employee.
Or employee.
Because I am of the opinion that we have internal customers and external customers. So then the client becomes the external customer. And then the people in the company become the internal customer. You just have to have a balance between the two. As HR, strategic HR partners, we need to reach out to the external customer to be able to influence and align our internal customers to meet the goal of the business.
Okay, maybe one to say something.
To add to it, if we are doing the things we have been talking about since morning right, then that customer is satisfied in the end because the practices of your internal customers will be aligned to the vision of the organization and that external customer will be happy. So I think that customer was the reason the business was set up. Everything we do internally must be in line with his or her expectation. So that is key.
Mr. David, the last thought on this is the wrap up.
I was very interested in Andy's honesty. Like she said, this is actually happening. So you have employee service centers, just like you have call centers, and you also have like international IT centers. You have a problem, you call them, and they resolve issues for you. And you talked about the labor issue dimension, the labor law and all this. We have to understand that this is a trend, and whether we accept it or not, we have to change along. But does it mean the job of the HR person will not be there anymore? I don't think so. The HR people are still going to be in very high demand, but it's not everybody who will be in high demand. The people who will be in high demand are people who are abreast with these complex systems and managing these complex systems, understanding different labor laws, understanding the regional landscape, and directing businesses from multiple or diverse cultural backgrounds. So yes, we have a job, we still have a job. What do we do to protect this job? We have to think ahead. And that is what I was talking about as customer anticipation. And understanding who the customer is means understanding the stakeholders of the business, means understanding your employees, and it also means understanding the end user of the service or the product that you bring out to the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David. Your last thoughts, Yvonne, on this session?
Yes, to add to what he said, I don't see that as a threat at all. Personally, I'm of the view that sometimes HR is limited from moving to the strategic level because we are too busy with the administrative. And we are using the digital systems, we are using IT systems to support us. So once you have these in place, it only gives you the opportunity to leverage on the strategic level. And of course, we are all looking at HR being strategic. We don't want to be administrative. We don't make such impact when we are limited to that administrative level. So then, although there's a digital age, I think it's to our advantage, but it depends on how you manage it as an HR professional.
The digital system will not affect you if you have a successful professional competence. If you are successful in that direction and you are known and your focus is not on administrative management, then definitely you follow the trend. But if you concentrate on administrative management, people will leave you behind. Lastly, the question, if you focus more on your internal customers, the positive effect is that they will respond to the external demands of the external customer. That would be my answer. So we need to give adequate attention to our internal customers who are our employees, and they will be happy to treat our external customers happy.
Okay, I think you don't have it. Okay, I think what we've just done in wrapping up is to even focus on the role of technology in helping us get into that strategic point we'd like to be. Because with that, we will see that we will stop being administrative and stop focusing on administrative and transactional activities, but look at the bigger picture in terms of supporting our organizations. So I'd like to say that what we have agreed here is that we need, as HR professionals, to align our HR strategies to our business initiatives. We need to provide pragmatic contents, and then of course we need to support business operations. And for us to be able to do this, we need to have a change of orientation. For those who are yet to do that, we need to just demonstrate certain competences that we are actually that strategic partner that any business needs to work with. And of course, we need to understand the business value chain to be taken seriously in that space. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say thank you very much for bringing your experiences to the table. And I know that a lot of us, including myself, have learned from you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the round of applause for a super amazing panel. We say thank you to you, Eno, Yvonne, Mami. We say thank you, Chris and Maria. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. Very stimulating discussion, I must say. And my takeaway is that if you take care of your internal customers, they'll take care of your external customers. When they are happy, they'll take care of your competitors and the competition. Time checks exactly 10 minutes to the hour 2, and I can safely say we're in comfortable lead. And so, it gives me much pleasure to make the following announcements. Please lend me your ears. We have a feedback form that is currently being circulated on the table. Please do well to fill them out so that we know your expectations, whether they've been adequately met. At the same time, we have a registration form for those of you who are not able to make your registration at the front. Please do well to fill it out. And we also have some parcels at the front. I told you that I'll hint you on what's inside. Right? If you stay with me for the long haul, I'll tell you exactly what's in there. May I now invite to give us his closing remarks. We'll put everything into one big bag for all of us. Our Managing Director, HR Advisory AMSCO, Mr. Vickers van Vuren. Forgive me.
Jerry, I see you. You progressively got worse with the pronunciation of my name, but you can be glad I didn't give you the long version. The long version is Jan Gerhardus door de Vickers Jansen van Vuren. So I do expect all of you, out of respect, to remember that by the time we finish. It's my honor to be able to say a couple of words of thanks and make a couple of concluding remarks at the end of this very eventful and very interesting day. I'd like to first of all, in his absence, thank the Honourable Mayor for Accra for being our guest of honour and for sharing us his passion for the development of SMMEs and business within the region. A special word of thanks to the very recently retired Deputy CEO for EcoBank and AMSCO board member Ms. Evelyn Tull for being here and sharing some of your thoughts with us. I'd like to also, just on the back of Ms. Evelyn's presence, also thank the ATMS Foundation for sponsoring this event. For those of you that know, this event was free of charge thanks to the sponsorship of the ATMS Foundation. And I thank Ms. Evelyn and the AMSCO board for signing off on that sponsorship. I'd also like to thank all of our speakers and our panelists for their contributions and for taking up a lot of their valuable time, but for sharing with us a lot of insights and a lot of food for thought around the different topics that we discussed today. Also, thank you to Jerry, the MC, for managing the day very well and keeping us on time. Well done. I look at the program, and according to my estimations, I've got about 45 minutes for closing remarks. I will try and wrap it up in about 40. That's okay with everybody. I'd also like to thank all the AMSCO staff for all their hard work in putting together this event. I don't know if there's any of them in the hall. Are they here? Can I ask all the AMSCO staff to quickly stand up if you're not already standing? All the AMSCO staff, I will check you if I don't see you. So thank you very much. I know that it took a lot of hard work and a lot of effort to pull this off, and well done, and thank you once again. And then last but definitely not least, a word of thanks to all the attendees. Thank you for taking the time to come and spend the day with us. I'm hoping that at the very least, this day gave you some food for thought. I'm hoping that this will lead to further engagement, further debate, and further discussions as we go forward in creating sustainable human capital for Ghana and for the rest of the continent. I do hope that the discussions we have today will not just remain as conversations, because that's often what does happen with these conferences. We all come, we all have our say, we all ask our questions, and we all go home and nothing changes. And I really do hope this is not going to be the case as a result of this engagement. I'm going to just share a couple of very brief thoughts with you. And maybe first of all, a confession. I have to confess that I often call myself a capitalist with a social heart. And I think that as Africans, I hope that most of us will begin to see ourselves as capitalists with social hearts. We know that economic growth and economic development is so critical for the sustained growth and sustained success of this continent. But we also have to keep in mind that this economic growth has to be done with a very specific focus on what's to the benefit of the majority of the people in this continent who still live in abject poverty. And that's something that's a real challenge for us. So let me not be negative and talk about poverty. Let me talk about the positives. I want to share with you my perspective. And I want to say unequivocally that Africa will be the economic powerhouse of the world going forward. I do believe that that is a fact. The conversations we had today is what will determine how long it will take for us to get there. But that outcome of us being the economic powerhouse is inevitable. And I'm going to try and prove it by sharing with you 3 ideas. First of all, I don't know how many of you are aware of it, that 60% of the uncultivated arable land in the world sits on African soil. To translate that, that is 600 million hectares of uncultivated arable land. So here's the facts, and I wish there were more people from the Western world at this conference today so I could share it with them and say to them that if Africa does not become the bread basket of the world in the future, the world will starve. It's as simple as that. There's nowhere else where they can grow food and sustain a growing population. But here's the challenge. With this opportunity, there is a challenge. There's preciously little commercialized agriculture happening in Africa. So we're still sitting with uncultivated land. So what is needed? We have the land, but we don't always have the skills. So we need more professional agricultural skills to enter the continent. We will get that through returning diaspora. Yes, absolutely. We will get that through the development of skills internally. But we also have to make sure that as we go through this process, we think strategically in a business fashion around how to make use of the land. Let me tell you what we should not do. And there's no reason for us to do this. There's no reason for Africa to sell our land to the rest of the world. There's very much motivation for us to make sure that we have the skills to turn it into sustainable growth and sustainable success, not only for the people in Africa, but for the people in the rest of the world as well. That's the first reason. The second reason, and I'm sure most of you know that the majority of the unmined natural resources in the world also sit on the African continent. Let me give you a couple of statistics around that. 99% of the unmined chrome resources sits on African soil. 85% of the unmined platinum resources in the world on African soil. 54% of the gold. I can go on. I can probably spend the next 10 minutes with you going through every natural resource and telling you about how much of that is sitting on our continent. And here again is the challenge. What happens with those resources? I'll tell you what happens. We mine it and we sell it as a commodity. What needs to change in the way that we think about our contribution in terms of natural resources is how do we add value? I want to share one example of that with you. I don't know how many of you have ever traveled to Botswana. I've been fortunate that I've traveled to Botswana quite extensively. And Botswana happens to be one of the largest producers of diamonds in the world. Up until a few years ago, Botswana mined diamonds and they sold diamonds as a commodity, mostly to Amsterdam, where those diamonds would be polished and cut and then sold as something very different to a commodity. It is sold as something that's called a luxury good, the kind of diamond you put on your finger. So a couple of years ago, the Botswana government started thinking strategically about this, and they developed the skills. Isn't that an interesting theme? Again, developing the skills of the internal staff and the internal people to polish and cut diamonds. By doing that, they add 40% to the value of that commodity, simply by changing the skill sets that they had available in the country. And it's completely changed the economy of Botswana as well. So what do we need? We need engineers, we need geologists, we need again strategic managers and leaders that will help us to manage our mines in a way that's sustainable, but also more critically in a way that actually adds sustainable value to our economic growth. Finally, the third reason is our young population. Some of our earlier speakers spoke about the percentage of Ghanaians under the age of 15. I can't remember exactly, I think it was 35%. And that's an interesting fact that's very prominent about Africa. One of my ex-mentors used to say that the challenge in the West with population is that they have a hereditary problem. So I hope you can follow this logic with me quickly. So the hereditary problem goes as follows. If your grandparents don't have any children, okay, you must keep up with me now, and your parents don't have any children, there's a very good chance you're not going to have any children. Did you follow that logic? So the problem in the West is they have an aging population, and it's one of the reasons why there are 300,000 highly qualified African professionals living abroad. 30,000 of which have PhD degrees, by the way, for those of you that know. Because the West need us. They need this young population, these skilled people, to come and fill the void that's left by negative population growth. But yes, we have a young population. But the critical challenge for us becomes, what do we do with a young population? We have two options. We're either going to have a very angry, very negative, and very aggressive young population because they are unemployed, they are unskilled, and they're not prepared for the world of work. Or we, as public and private sector, can start to think about the type of skills that needs to be developed with our youth to create employment for them. Skills like entrepreneurial skills, scarce skills like engineering, and various other fields. Not chasing degrees for the sake of getting qualifications. And until we start to work together and think in that way, we do not have a benefit out of our young population. We probably have more of a crisis. So in conclusion, our ex-president in South Africa, the one in between our current problematic president and our first heroic president, can I just quickly tell you guys one more joke? Somebody said to me recently, we shouldn't be so critical about President Jacob Zuma because he's actually in the top 3 democratically elected presidents in South Africa. We have only had 2, but anyway. So the one in between, Thabo Mbeki, one day in an interview said that Africa does not have an unemployment problem. We have an unemployability problem. We actually don't have people with the right skills. The positions are there, the jobs are there, but where do we get the people with the right skills to fill those roles? We can't do this alone. Government can't do this alone. They've tried, and quite frankly, they have failed. They're trying to create jobs. They make all these promises, especially during times of elections, don't they? About creating jobs and reducing unemployment. They can't do this practically on their own. The private sector also can't do this on their own. consulting organizations like AMSCO, even with a 27-year history and having created thousands of jobs across the continent, it's only a drop in the bucket. It's only when we start to stand together and we take hands as the public sector, the private sector, and consulting organizations that we will not be able to only meet those three challenges. We're actually able to meet a lot more challenges than only those three. So my hope, as a final word, going away from this conference, is that all of us here will stand together, take hands, and work together so that we can finally realize the dreams of the African Renaissance. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
And for the last keynote address for today, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Mr. Victus Van Buren, thank you very, very much for your very warm and penetrating insights. Some years ago, Oliver Wendell Holmes said that the mind once stretched never returns to its original dimensions. I'm not an HR professional, but from what I've experienced here, I believe I've had an MBA in HR. It is my fervent belief that we shall leave here renewed, re-energized, and reinvigorated to pursue our mandate as being the best at what we do for the well-being of Ghana and for Africa. When we do so, we shall look back and say, this was where it started at AMSCO Business Transforming Africa Conference, Inspiring Innovation for Growth. My name is Jerry Ajololo, and it's been a privilege and a blessing having you for company. I want to reward you all with something. It's an app I designed last night, purposely for this conference. Would you please write with me as I show you the app? If you have your phones here, please turn them on. And if you look on your screen, you'll see that there's a new app which has just come. It's a box with a circle in the middle. It's a camera. You never knew it was there all along. Okay. Now there's a button where you can press and then you see your face in it. The young people call it a selfie. And so please gather as many people within the precinct of your lens. And as you do, I'm going to say BTAC, and you're going to respond, Inspiring Innovation for Growth. Are we ready? Yes. So when you say it, you snap one, all right? BTAC. 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 Okay, so select the best out of the three and use the hashtag BTAC and send it out on social media. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet here again to continue this agenda. Thank you very much. Let's all go out for that one big picture with one camera and then we'll settle for lunch. If you completed your form, please place it on the table. Our protocol team will come round and collect them. We shall all congregate right in front of the pool where we'll take one big picture before going back for lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is on the lawn right behind this edifice. So as soon as we take a picture, we'll all make our way to the lawn. Please carry your valuables along, all bags, all phones, tablets, all valuable to be taken.
Yeah, you've done it. Yeah, please. Okay. Okay. So I download them or okay. I'll send it to you before I let you. Okay. Thank you very much.